Write a poem, save your life. A guide for teens, teachers, and writers of all ages. Meredith Heller. Foreword by Susan G. Wooldridge. To my students and fellow poets, all us brave ones who write poems to save our lives. I know you've got a story to tell. I know those are words curled under your tongue, poems humbling in your hands, incantations bubbling in your belly, manifestos in your laughter and love songs in your tears, rants and raves in the swing of your hips, song lyrics spilling out of your back pocket. Let them speak. Poetry is a life-cherishing force, for poems are not words, after all, but fires for the cold, ropes let down to the lost, something as necessary as bread in the pockets of the hungry. Mary Oliver, A Poetry Handbook. Foreword. We all have poems tucked inside, waiting for expression, illuminating the mysteries of who we are. In my decades of teaching poetry workshops, I've seen poems of truth and beauty emerge from even the most reluctant writers. The world is light with my imagination, Kevin wrote in high school. In Aubrey, I dressed myself with rain. A young man in juvenile hall wrote, I'm a brown gangster colliding with death. I'm a rose slamming love with hate. His poem reveals the rose hiding within his anger. With wisdom and heart gleaned from her own rocky adolescence, Heller, a masterful guide into the depths of self, provides core questions and invitation that opens the way for our souls to speak. Our poems are our pearls, Heller reminds us. We take what hurts and make it into something beautiful that has the power to heal us and others. When you commune with your own being and touch your own truth, she says, it saves you. In Write a Poem, Save Your Life, we are invited to explore all life's experiences, from identity, home, the census, body language, nature, sex, and death to empowerment, joy, and purpose. Throughout, Heller provides model poems from her students to help guide us. Earth rolls into town like she owns the place. Riva, 16. The women are wrapped in the silver of the clouds. Birds fly around their heads, showing the passing of time. Sophie, 10. Magic spell. Fang of wolf and ink of squid. Mend my broken heart whole, like when I was a kid. Izzy, 18. Understand, it's not the words in the book that will save you, however compelling they may be. It's what these pages encourage you to write. Gather your pen and paper and follow Meredith Heller's guidance to write your own poems and save your own life. Join Heller on her quest to help save the world, one poet at a time. Susan G. Wooldridge, author of Poem Crazy, Freeing Your Life with Words. Introduction. At 13 years old, disenchanted with society and in search of a deeper truth, I leave home and school and raise myself. Living in domes I build in the woods, old barns and abandoned houses along the Potomac River. I do whatever I can for cash, gardening, cleaning, making jewelry from dead snakes I find on the road. I teach myself to tan the snake skin, attach it to a tube of beads I've sewn, and make it into bracelets. I sell at a store in town for food money. I'm kicking around with the free-spirited gang of musicians, experimenting with drugs and sex, testing our edges, all of us desperately wanting to figure out who we are and what we believe in. I watch as my friends go down. Overdose, suicide, mental hospitals. Struggling with life-draining depression I've had since I was a child, I often lose my faith. But each time I hit my lowest point, when I no longer care whether I live or die, the poetry comes. The first line is a gift, whispered in my ear. I don't know where it comes from, but I know it's my lifeline. I grab hold of the words, write them down, and then dive in and write without moving for 5 or 10 or 20 hours until I finished a new poem or song. Working on poetry becomes a reason to live, something bigger than me, a way to channel my overwhelming feelings and make something tangible, make beauty from suffering. At 14, I'm brutally raped and beaten by a boyfriend and left for dead. In shock and shame, I crawl inside myself and stop speaking for months. I feel myself dissolving, pulling further and further away, retreating into a dark place where no one can find me. When I'm just about to let go of my life, the poetry comes, and the more I write, the stronger I grow. Naming my pain, I write, clenched fist. My head is lead, my heart is stoned, my body a clenched fist. My lips that once kissed you are now cracked and bleeding, dried up crones, too bitter even to gossip. Then, finding my voice after months of mute numbness, I write, how to hum. Do you remember how to listen to your heart without crying? Better yet, how to hum. It was the high reach of your voice that, like a rope, you climbed out of the knotted jungle through the burnt lung of night. When I'm 16, my best friend commits suicide. Shocked and heartbroken, trying to make peace with my pain in her passing, I understand that it could have been me. I write, passage of light. Years after your anger boiled itself dry, scorching the vessel of your being clean. I came to understand that we are the same animal, that our wounding bleeds the same color, only a different shade, and yours has left you softer. It has not disfigured you, sucking pain to your shoulders like pins to a magnet. It has not disfigured you, sucking pain to your shoulders like pins to a magnet. It has not gnawed through the nerve sheath, leaving you at its feral edge like me, where comfort knows no home, and my name changes with the passage of light. A year later, my boyfriend ODs on heroin and burns down our warehouse. Bereft, I feel the song lyrics for Little Boy Blue coming to me like a gift. I sit all night with my guitar and write until the sun comes up. That night, I play it at a coffee house downtown. Writing the song allows me to access my feelings of loss and anger, to begin to accept what feels impossible, and finally to see that we were both struggling in our own way to grow toward the light. I write, Little Boy Blue. Little Boy Blue with the Hot Wheels tattoo. Your hands are empty, your promises few. I read your palm in the candlelight. I saw how you'd burn me, I saw how you'd die. I'm out behind the firehouse, praying for a sign. Sifting through your ashes, I hear them whisper your lines. Up on Danny's rooftop, we watched the full moon rise. You rocked me so sweetly to the rhythm of your lies. Down in Blagden Alley, where the crooked hookers hung, we grew up like wild weeds, reaching for the sun. My whole life I've written poems and songs that saved me. Writing helps me connect with myself, name the feelings that threaten to consume me, pour myself into the deep and meticulous work of crafting a poem or song, and turn my pain into something meaningful. Poetry is a lifeline. Writing is the medicine that cleans out the wound and heals the hurt. At 17, I'd saved enough money from gardening and house cleaning jobs to spend a year hitchhiking through Europe. Everywhere I traveled, I met people like me, people searching in their own ways to figure out who they are, what makes them happy, and what gives them a sense of belonging. I came to ask myself, what can I do with my life that feels meaningful to me? I returned to Washington, D.C., passed the high school equivalency exam, and attended massage therapy school, which was how I supported myself for the next 27 years. When I was 25, I started college and worked my way up from remedial classes to honor classes, graduating magna cum laude and receiving a fellowship to the writing seminars at Johns Hopkins University. But I found I was still searching for who I was and what mattered to me. I had private practice in massage therapy, spinal cord injury rehabilitation, and health coaching. I worked as a gardener, wilderness guide, and performing singer/songwriter. I managed a retreat center in Hawaii, and I started my own company teaching music and movement classes for children. One day, while hiking through the woods along the Potomac River, I had an epiphany. If I could get to the kids who were like me, bright and creative, who learn differently and who don't fit in, if I could help them know their worth and their capabilities, discover their passions and their purpose before they give up on themselves and society, then everything I'd been through would be worth something. 3 graduate schools later, I had found my path. I wove together my passion for writing with my interests in holistic healing and experiential living. Today, I am a California poet in the schools, living a life of passion and purpose, doing what I love and helping others find their way. I teach poetry workshop for kids of all ages in both public and private schools. Kids with learning differences and health challenges, kids in survival mode at juvenile hall, and all the amazing kids and women who attend my weekly poetry workshops on Zoom. I've heard that we do our best work from the place where we've been wounded. 13th century Persian poet and mystic Rumi said, "The wound is where the light enters us." Songwriter Leonard Cohen echoed this in his song Anthem. There is a crack in everything, that's how the light gets in. And I say, the crack is also how the light gets out. On the first day of class, I tell my students, I'm not here to teach you other people's poetry. I'm here for you to teach me your poetry. Grab your paper and pen and come outside with me. I ask the kids, what do you notice? What are you aware of inside and outside you? Take in the quality of the light, the feel of the air on your skin, the sound of the rain, the water droplets balancing on leaves, the colors of your friend's sneakers, the tightness in your shoulders, the hunger in your belly, the rhythm of your breath, your sadness, your fear, your desire. There is a moment of absolute stillness. And then the shift in energy is tangible. Bodies start moving, smiles break open. It's as if all the kids have gone from being pale, crumpled paper bags to colorful, inflated balloons. They're breathing, connecting to themselves, the environment, feeling alive and present in their bodies. I ask them to remember 5 feelings and images as we walk inside and start writing. I explain that as poets, we notice things, feel things deeply, and have a strong need to express ourselves. This expression can be cathartic and empowering. I don't really believe that we can teach creativity or poetic writing, but I do believe that we can hone our ability to notice what moves us. We can develop a love language, and the joy that comes from working to find just the right word and rhythm to convey our feelings. I have found that magic happens when we name our thoughts and feelings, commit them to paper, speak them out loud. We feel a sense of belonging to ourselves and others. When we express ourselves clearly, feel understood, and see that other people resonate with our experience in a way that illuminates their own. We write for 15 minutes, and some kids ask, "What should I write?" "Well, what was alive for you out there?" I say. "What did you experience?" One girl offers shyly, "The clouds, the color of the sky, the gentle drips of rain on my skin. Is that right?" Yes, I say. If that's what you experience and it's meaningful to you, then yes, it's right. Start there. Write it down. What did it make you feel? See if you can either flesh out the feelings in images by giving them detail and painting a picture with your words, or boil them down to the bones, choosing only the most important nuggets. Okay, she responds enthusiastically, and I know she's learning to trust herself. I know she's learning that what she feels and thinks matters. She tells me she was having a bad day. Things are stressful at home and at school. She doesn't feel like she fits in or belong anywhere. But after she wrote her poem today, she said she felt better. She said it felt good to connect with her feelings, to write something in her own words, and to create something that was hers. In my work teaching poetry, writing to teens and adults, I have the honor of journeying with my students as they use writing to navigate their own way out of numbness and pain and back into life. Every day, I work with people who struggle with figuring out who they are and what matters to them. Some of the kids I work with have deeper issues such as depression, addiction, health and body image issues, learning challenges, trauma, delinquency, gender and sexual identity issues, home and family problems. All of them find healing and empowerment in writing poems. Writing poems helps people believe in themselves. It gives them a way to access and work with their feelings rather than running and hiding from what is painful. Writing poems gives people a real-life experience of their own power and wisdom, and this gives them hope. I am teaching in juvenile hall one day, and a kid asks, "Why should I write a poem? I'm stuck in here. It doesn't matter what I think. My life is not my own." I suggest that their feelings, thoughts, and imaginations are the places where they have the power and freedom to make their own choices, and that they use the freedom to explore who they are and what matters to them. We begin by personifications of the elements, and one kid chooses fire. His poem is fierce and angry. He becomes the flames and burns down the house he grew up in. When he reads his piece, his voice sears the room. Everyone cheers. He smiles for the first time. He tells me that if he can burn his past in a poem, perhaps he can move forward in his life. I always have students read their pieces in class. Some are so quiet we have to lean forward to hear them. Some read with dramatic flair, and some just kick it easy like they're talking to their best friend or singing their favorite song. We clap after each piece because we know the courage and vulnerability it takes to share your poem out loud. I reflect their juiciest lines back to them so they know they've been heard and celebrated. And so the other kids learn what kind of wording and imagery brings a poem to life. The whole class becomes a learning community, and in hearing their classmates' poems, they realize they're not alone. By the end of class, they've relaxed, their eyes are shining, and I know they found a path in poetry writing, as I have. The bell rings, and no one moves. They all look at me like they don't want to leave, like they don't want to lose this. This is my greatest moment. I believe in them, and they feel it, and they begin to believe in themselves. "Go on," I say. "This is yours. No one can take this from you. Keep listening inside yourself. Keep noticing what you feel and what moves and inspires you. Make a list. Write it down. See you next week." Chapter 1. Just Right. Another word for creativity is courage. Henry Matisse. Just write. Don't worry if what you're writing is good or not. Don't worry about whether what you're writing is poetry or not. Don't give any thought to whether it sounds like poetry you've heard or read before. Just write. Trust your gut and just write. Don't write for anyone else. Write for you. Write about what you know. Write about what hurts and write about what you love. Write about what is happening right now in your present experience. Sometimes you're so exhausted you can't move. You're on the underbelly of your wave. That's okay. Be exactly where you are. Write it. Other times you have so much energy you feel like you can fly. Great. Go fly and then come back and write it. Whatever you are experiencing, No matter how awful or wonderful, it is exactly where you need to be to learn who you are and what you're capable of. The way out is through. Writing will help you track your journey through. When I took classes with the late great beat poet Allen Ginsberg in 1996 at Naropa University in Boulder, Colorado, he always said, "First thought, best thought." This is how he described a spontaneous and fearless way of writing, a way of telling the truth that arises from authentic experience. Pay attention to what you see, hear, and feel right here, right now. Say yes to whatever ideas and feelings bubble up in you. These are gifts. Write everything down. Later, you can get rid of things you don't like or need. Don't worry about form. Experiment with it. Write to the rhythm of your breath. Make up your own form. Just write. Dig deeper into the caverns of your memories, thoughts, feelings, and experiences. Dig up all the delicious, juicy ones, the bubbling lava, angry ones, the lonely, miserable ones, the broken, self-demeaning ones, the dark, secretive ones. Dig in, because this is where your poetry lies. When you touch this place in your writing, you will feel it. It's like a combination of fear and salvation. Stay with it. As for your judge, your inner critic, and any other monsters who feed on your joy and confidence, tell them to get lost. Tell them you're not afraid of them. Or better yet, invite them to tea. Ask if they'd like to be your friend. Ask what they've got against you, and what they gain by keeping you down. Ask them if they have any helpful information for you, and if not, lock them up at the bottom of the ocean, on the dark side of the moon, in another galaxy, anywhere they can't get to you. Throw away the key. And then just write. What is a poem? Poetry is thoughts that breathe and words that burn. Thomas Gray, The Progress of Poesy. A poem is a record of your thoughts and feelings, perceptions and insights. A poem is a photo with words. If I were a photographer, I would take pictures of the most important moments in my life. But as a writer, I use words to capture and express a moment. Yes, I have written poems about beautiful moments, but I began writing poetry to help me through depression and loss and to search for my identity and values. One of the most powerful things about writing is that often we start out feeling hurt or angry, lost or confused, and as we write, we find ourselves on a journey in naming and describing our feelings, especially the overwhelming ones. We write our way out of the chaos and into clarity. Each piece of writing becomes a map of our journey into and through the maze of our thoughts, feelings, and identity. Writing teaches us to trust ourselves, to stay connected with ourselves through challenging experiences, to write our way through inner storms, and to come out the other side clearer and stronger. Poetry Toolbox. A handful of tools will help you bring your poems to life. In the next few pages, I offer suggestions on how to find your writing voice, how to use imagery to paint a picture with your words, how to construct metaphor and simile, the hammer and nails of your poetry, which combine unrelated concepts to communicate volumes in just a few words. If metaphor and simile are your hammer and nails, then detail is your glue. The more detail you use, the more tangible your writing becomes. You can try your hand at editing and revising your poems. Some poems you'll want to flesh out with details, while others you may choose to whittle down to their essence, boiling them to the bones. Experiment with page layouts and line breaks to create the visual tone and reading rhythm of your poem. You can have fun choosing which point of view to write from. Different topics warrant writing from different points of views to communicate a certain perspective and make poems more potent. Let's take a deeper look at each of these tools. Writing voice. Your own voice is the one you want, trust me. You don't want to sound like anyone else, or you'll never be fulfilled in your writing, and it will never become your refuge. If you don't know where or how to find your writing voice, talk to yourself out loud or record yourself speaking, and then do your best to capture your unique speaking style in your writing. Your own way of saying things is the voice you want to write with. If you have a few voices, try writing different poems using different voices. You might surprise yourself and find that when you start writing, a new voice comes through, one that is able to say things you didn't know how to say before. Stay curious. You'll know when you found your voice because you won't be able to stop writing. A floodgate will open to you. You'll feel as if you're plugged into an electrical outlet. Time will slow down. Everything you need will be there. Words will come like liquid and lightning, and you will feel deeply, wildly alive. Imagery. We use imagery in poetry to paint a picture with words that capture what we want to communicate. With imagery, we show rather than tell. For example, I can tell you my friend is happy today, or I can say her eyes are sparkling. There is a song in her voice and a skip in her step. These words make pictures that show you rather than tell you that she is happy. Metaphor and simile. As poets, we use metaphor and simile to communicate what could be volumes of information in just a few words. Metaphor and simile are the hammer and nails of a poem. They are the tools that build meaning. Metaphor and simile bring together at least two unrelated concepts to identify with or compare to. Metaphor identifies, simile compares. With metaphor, we say something is something else. She is the sun, he is the ocean. With simile, we use like or as to compare. She is like the sun, or she is as bright as the sun. He is like the ocean. He is as deep as the ocean. You know a lot about someone who is bright as the sun or as deep as the ocean without needing any more spelled out for you. Metaphors. My heart is a garden. My heart is a river. My heart is a sunflower. My heart is a hummingbird. My heart is a locked door. Write your own. Simile. My heart is like a rainstorm. My heart is like a song. My heart is like a lioness. My heart is as tight as a cage. My heart is as smooth as stone. Write your own. Flesh it out or boil it down. We usually do two things in poetry. We either flesh it out or boil it down. Poems crave detail. Fleshing it out means giving it all the unique and memorable detail you can dig up. Detail brings a poem to life. For example, I can tell you, today I had lunch under a tree and my friend walked by. Well, you might say that's nice, but who cares? But if I include specific detail, look what happens. Today, at 12:45 p.m., I was having lunch under the big maple tree on the corner of Stone Street and Stewart Avenue. I was eating a tuna fish sandwich with pickle relish and too much mayo on toasted 7-grain bread, when my friend Johnny walked by, carrying an old LP under his arm. I kind of have a crush on Johnny. As he walked by, he smiled at me, just slightly, out of the corner of his mouth. The difference is in the detail, making an unremarkable event memorable, but I can also boil this story down to its bare bones. Today, I was eating lunch under a tree, and Johnny walked by. He smiled at me. Here we have only the most important points of this moment. The sparseness of the piece is evocative. We're told just enough to imagine the feelings that arise when Johnny walks by and smiles. Try fleshing out some of your poems with specifics and details, and boil others down to the bones. Point of view. First, second, and third person. It's fun to write from different points of views. First person is the I, we perspective. Second person is the you perspective. Third person is the he, she, it, they perspective. Try them all and find what works best for you. Different writing invitations may call forth different points of views. Depending on the topic, and the angle you want to communicate. Allow yourself to explore and experiment. Perhaps you find it's easiest to write in first person from your own perspective, as if you're sharing your own experience. I hiked up the hill today, and when I got to the top, I saw a snake slither through the grass. Or you can write in second person, as if you are writing to or about someone else, inviting the reader to imagine they are having the experience. You hiked up the hill today, and when you got to the top, you saw a snake slither through the grass. Or in third person, writing about someone else, you can create interest in another person, more distance and objectivity, and perhaps suspense. She hiked up the hill today, and when she got to the top, she saw a snake slither through the grass. Choose whatever you like, try them all. Editing and revising. This book is about helping you get your writing flowing and building a relationship with your writing, and not about editing per se. But I do want to share a couple of ideas about editing and revising. Many people don't enjoy editing and revising, while others find it gratifying, like solving a puzzle or composing a song. I edit my poems hundreds and hundreds of times before I ever think of submitting them for publishing. If you're interested in editing and revising, think in terms of fleshing out your work or boiling it down. Consider adding detail and specifics to enliven a poem and make it unique and memorable. Or make it lean by boiling it down to the bones, so only the essential nuggets remain. Work with imagery to show rather than tell. Experiment with metaphor and simile to find the combined concepts that communicate volumes in just a few words. Play with punctuation. Punctuate certain poems and don't punctuate others. Read your poem out loud to yourself, listening for the rhythm, musicality, and melody. Where do the pauses go? Where do you stop for breath? When you get the lines and flow exactly right, it might sound crazy, but it's as if something in the universe rings. You'll know when you feel it. Page layout. How you place your poem on the page creates the visual tone and tells people how to read your poem. For example, where does a line break go? A line break is simply where you end one line and move down to the next line. Where you pause and where you take a breath in the rhythm of your poem is usually where your line breaks go. Where one idea stops and another starts is usually a good place for a line break or a new stanza. The beauty of poetry is that you have total freedom to explore and experiment creatively. Write in short, tight phrases down the page or divide your poem into stanzas, forming paragraphs down the page. Choose a specific number of lines for each stanza and repeat this pattern throughout your poem. End some lines in the middle of a phrase or sentence to create a line break that entices your reader to keep going to find out what happens next. How about one word per line? How about centering your poem? Read other people's poetry, and when you find a form you like, copy it. Some people like to use different colors and fonts. I find this hard to read, but if it makes you happy, go wild. Make up your own form and page layout. I've written poems in which I sing a line or two here and there. Do something original. Make it yours. How to use this book. I'm going to ask you to do something crazy. I'd like you to put away your phone, iPad, and computer for now and do all the writing invitations in this book using old-fashioned paper and pen. I know, crazy, right? But something magical happens when we put pen to paper. There's something organic in the pressure required to slide ink across paper that engages and stimulates connection between our brain and our body. It creates a somatic feedback loop between our head writing, our brain thinking, and our emotions feeling. Please, at least try it. Discover the connection and fulfillment that come from writing with paper and pen. I have created and organized the chapters and writing invitations in this book for you to follow like a map on your own journey of exploration, expression, and empowerment. Each invitation will help build and deepen your self-knowledge and self-confidence. There's a desirable order to the progression of chapters and invitations. However, if you prefer to open the book like cutting a tarot deck and start wherever you land, please feel free. You can do these writings by yourself, with a friend, or in a group. Why not invite a few people to join you in a writing group? Meet once a week or once a month. If you don't have a group of friends or peers with whom to write, and if you'd like to meet and write with other poets from all over the country, contact me through my website to join one of my Zoom workshops at www.meredithheller.com. I'd love to meet you and write with you. Writing journal. Keeping a writing journal is a gift to yourself. Your journal is a place where you can tell yourself the truth, map your journey, and keep track of the beauty that pours out of you. It becomes a friend and companion that can help you. Listen to yourself, get clear about what you feel and think, express what you might otherwise hold inside, ask for what you want and need, find understanding, compassion, strength, and peace. If you're like me, you will guard your journal with your life. As you build a writing relationship with yourself, your journal will become one of your most valuable possessions. There was a time in my life when I lugged around a box of about 80 journals, 20 years worth. They were the record of an extremely challenging era in my life, and I couldn't bear to read back through them, but I couldn't let go of them either. One day, a few years ago, in early spring, I woke up and knew I was ready. I pulled out the box, sat on the floor for about 10 hours, and read through every journal. As I read, I began to see cycles of challenging and growth, loss and hope, emotional death and rebirth. I tracked my wounds and my resilience. There was so much in my past I wanted to push away, but I am reading my old journals. I was able to integrate all the experiences and reclaim the lost and neglected parts of myself. I developed a new compassion for myself and respect for what I had endured and how I'd grown. When I finished reading all the journals, I sat on the floor with tears and snot running down my face. Pages scattered all over the floor that I ripped out to save and develop later. And I thanked myself for writing during the many years of struggling to find myself. Then I took the journals to the dump. Afterward, I felt cleansed, as if I'd shed a heavy skin I'd been carrying around with me for a very long time. Reading these journals helped me make peace with my past in a way I couldn't have without revisiting who I'd been and appreciated how I'd grown. Get yourself a writing journal that appeals to you. It doesn't have to be fancy. Some people like a bound book, while others prefer a spiral-bound notebook. Some people like clean white pages, others prefer lined. A plain old notebook will do just fine. My favorite is a spiral sketchbook that opens flat. I prefer unlined paper so I can write as big or as small as I like, wherever and however I want. Unlined pages allow me to doodle borders around a poem or try my hand at calligraphy. Choose your favorite pen or pencil. My choice is a fine point felt tip, nothing I have to push too hard on to get the ink flowing. There is a relationship between you, your pen, and the paper. Feel into this relationship. It will create muscle memory. It will become a ritual that will call you back again and again as a way to access your thoughts and feelings. Soon you will look forward to opening your journal, putting your pen to paper, and entering the mysterious process of summoning the poems that live inside you. When and where to write. Write before you go to sleep. Write first thing in the morning. Write while you're eating lunch or during a break at work or school. Write when you're sad, depressed, angry, lost, confused, afraid, hopeless, or bored. Write when you're full of excitement, joy, anticipation, inspiration, love, longing, accomplishment, or gratitude. Write instead of watching TV, playing video games, trolling social media, texting, or overeating. Make a writing date with yourself. Sit in your favorite chair or curl up in bed. Find a spot outside, allowing nature to find its way into your poem. The rain, the birdsong, the falling leaves. Some people like me need absolute quiet to write, while others thriving on stimulation. Try writing alone in nature, or surrounded by people and noise in a coffee shop, on the subway, at the airport, anywhere you feel inspired. Explore and experiment to find your preferred times and places to write. Trust your own rhythm. Writing sanctuary. If possible, create a special space in your home where you can write. A she shed, a man cave, a writing nook, a creative cove. Any space you won't be distracted and where you can hear your own voice. Make it comfy and cozy, by a window perhaps. Decorate in Zen minimalistic style, or bring in all the decor that inspires you. If you don't have an actual space for this in your home or your bedroom, create an inner sanctuary. Close your eyes. Take a few breaths and imagine the most inviting space to sit or curl up with your journal and write. Where are you? What does it look like? It's imaginary, so create whatever you want. It can be a real place you've been or in a fantasy place. How about the top of a mountain or another planet? Some of my inner sanctuaries include my favorite nook at the Yuba River, a private beach in Big Sur, the treehouse I live on the big island of Hawaii. Once you've created your inner sanctuary, you can write anywhere. Let's get started. Chapter 2. Who am I? I am large. I contain multitudes. Walt Whitman, Song of Myself. Who am I? This is a deep question. We can answer it using all the ways we normally identify ourselves: our work, our studies, our interests, our relationships. Or we can dig deeper. Too early in life, we are asked to narrow ourselves in order to fit in. As children, we're curious about everything, and we instinctively follow what gives us joy and fulfillment. But as we grow up, we are asked to fit ourselves into small and specific containers of who we are and what we do. We are so much more than what we usually allow ourselves. Yes, we are children, siblings, students, parents, partners, friends, workers, seekers, athletes, poets, artists, musicians, and 100 other words that could help define, categorize, distinguish, and connect us. But we are also a part of everything and everyone we love, all our experiences, all the lessons that hurt and grow us, and everything that moves us. Invitation. Consider all the beautiful, challenging, wild, and humbling things and experiences that express who you are. Find as many ways as you can to identify and define yourself. Be willing to expand how you know yourself. Start close to home, the solid things you know about who you are, and then branch out and take some chances. Surprise yourself. Just right. Answer the question, who am I, by starting the phrase, I am, and writing a poem in the form of a list. This can be done as a solo writing invitation, as a dyad with another person, or in a group. If you're doing this with one or more people, have one person ask another, who are you? The other person will answer, I am. Whatever the person answers, the questioner simply says, thank you, and repeats the question, who are you? Change roles after a few minutes. If you say or hear something you like, make a quick note of it. Usually people start with the basics. I am a girl or a woman. I am a boy or a man. I am a teenager. I am an artist, a dancer, an athlete. I am a math person or a literate person. I am an introvert or an extrovert. By the end of the exercise, people are breaking out creatively. I have heard, I am the wind, I am a thunderstorm, I am the earth, I am midnight, I am a swarm of bees, I am a juicy mango, I am a sign that says hello. Examples. Who am I? Chris, 17. I am the air and the sky, and a blue so clean you can drink it. I am the teeth of the earth that turn everything back into compost. I am the smell of decaying leaves in the woods where the mushrooms grow. I am the silence before the storm and the boom of lightning when it strikes. I am the empty street at night, listening to the wind. I am my mother and my father, yelling and not hearing each other. I am the dark freedom right before I fall asleep. I am the song you hear in your head, but you can never remember well enough to sing. I am the stars in Orion's belt and the spurs on his boot. I am the starfish regenerating an arm. I am the tears that make up the ocean, that salty mouth that ate my brother's boat. I am Eve 9. I am a tiny speck of hope in the wind. I am the one that wakes you up with my song. I am the one whose heart is pounding before a performance. I am excited, I am excited, I am excited. I am the gentle whistle of the wind. I am the instrument that moves with the day. I am the one who can't be seen but can be heard. I am the things that whirls and runs because of a ball of music inside you. Breaking open. You have to keep breaking your heart until it opens. Rumi. Sometimes it's hard to get started in our writing. Often we have so many overwhelming, conflicting, and confusing thoughts and feelings that we get blocked and cannot access any of them. When this happens, it's helpful to have a reserve of questions to ask ourselves. Questions that help us break the ice and break open, so we can get to the core of what we're feeling and find the words to name those feelings. Naming our feelings makes it easier to sort them out. Naming them gives us the power to work with what's there. Invitation. Read through the breaking open statements below and choose a few that provides an entry point into where you're feeling in this moment or into something you'd like to explore in your writing. Just write. Complete one or more of the breaking open statements below. Read back through what you've written and choose your best lines, words, and images. Use these to write a poem expressing how you feel and what you're going through, what you're learning about yourself. Breaking open statements. If I could say what I really mean, I would say, my heart longs for, my body wants. What I most desire is, I'm sad because I made a mistake it really pisses me off when I'm angry at this person because when I'm anxious, I feel stuck when what really stresses me out is I feel hopeless when how I work with illness, disability, or a current challenge is to calm my anxiety. I am proud of myself for my wisdom says, if I hope in my heart, I feel inspired when I feel most alive when my happy place is. Example, my illness isn't beautiful. Katie, 19. My illness isn't beautiful. I do not bleed roses. The tears that I cry are not drops from the ocean. My illness is not beautiful. My illness is my stomach. Could eat every cookie in the kitchen and still feel empty. Forever hungry, but for what? My illness is my legs, like cannonballs I'd trudge, tons tied to my ankles as I walk through the halls. But alas, they never see. My illness is my throat, filled to the brim with boiling water, gasping for air, choking on words, and they wonder why I stopped raising my hand. It's happiness is a choice, and you're too fortunate for this. As if I don't wish on every eyelash for a glimpse of the sunlight that you see. It's the walls, The walls. I reach out my hand, but they're not windows after all. They've left me in a box where it's cold and dark, so even with my best friends, it's just me and my walls. Now here I shiver, at the foot of my bed, my eyes black holes. I'm an empty shell, with shoulders, knees, and toes. So once all my dreams have been sipped out by a straw, can you finally see that my illness isn't as beautiful as you might have thought? But now here I stand, with color in my cheeks. I fought for so long to feel anything at all. My glow when I see loved ones. I cry tears of joy at the movies. I sing songs of strength. Lyrics surge through my bones. I can move mountains now. Pride fills my insides. But please do not forget, it's my progress that is beautiful. My illness is not. Dig deeper. What gives you energy? What drains you? How do you nurture yourself? Who or what helps you feel safe and protected? Who do you go to when you need help, support, guidance? Who or what inspires you, and why? What ways do you use to numb or distract yourself from what you're feeling? What are your strengths and weaknesses? Who are your closest friends, family, allies, and why? What do you love most about your friends and family? How do you define health? If you could travel anywhere in the world, where would you go and why? If you won the lottery, what would you do with the money? Which humanitarian or environmental cause would you like to support and why? Childhood photo. Look at a photo of yourself when you were young, 3 to 5 years old. It's hard to believe you were ever that small or young. While we grow and change throughout our lives, something in the eyes remains constant. When we look at a photo of ourselves and into our eyes, sometimes we can see ourselves looking back. What does this feel like? What can we learn from our childhood selves? Does your younger self have a message for you, or do you have some wisdom for them? Invitation. Choose a photo of yourself from when you were 3 to 5 years old. Pick one where you were looking into the camera. Spend some time gazing into your own eyes until you see the person you know as yourself looking back. Say hello. Just right. Ask your younger self if they have a message for you. Write down anything that comes to your mind. Trust anything you hear. Do you recognize yourself? What did you know about yourself at this age? What has remained true for you? What has changed? Did you become who you thought you would? You can try this with the photos of yourself at a variety of ages and see what message and insights your younger self has for you. Examples. At 6 and 16, Ellie, 16. You and I, we're not so different. The tilt of your head, the sadness in your eyes, your lips pressed tight. You're standing still for the camera, but I know you're really dancing. I see that little cowlick in your hair. I see the wind blowing through your body, like music only you can hear. Let's make a pinky promise. No matter how angry we get, no matter how much our heart breaks, promise we'll always dance. Child of Hope. Rainy, 12. Child of green, child of blue, child of lush and wild, child who ruins and laughs and plays, while her planet and friend always smile. Child of rhythm, child of pace, child of clear and deep, child whose feet thump and bound like a heart stirring in sleep. Child of legacies, child of hope, child of a world now divided, child who together with our survivors will form to wake the misguided. Born with instructions. It takes courage to grow up and become who you really are. E. Cummings, as quoted in Matthew Bergey's Enormous Smallness, a story of E. Cummings. While our parents tried to do their best, most likely there are things you wish they'd done differently. Imagine that when you were born, your parents received a one-page letter of instructions specifically about you. This letter informs your parents about the kind of person you want to be and about how you'd like to nurture and raise you so you can grow into the person you came here to be, the best version of yourself you can imagine. Invitation. Think about all the ways you wish you had been raised and nurtured. What would you have told your parents about who you are if you'd had the chance when you were born? What should they know about you so they could raise you to become the person you want to be? Just right. Take a poetic list of instructions of your parents or caretakers, telling them exactly what to do to help you become the person you want to be. Bonus. When you're done, you'll have a list of things you can do to help nurture yourself to become the person you know you are. Example: Nature Child, Kelly, 15. Make sure to take me out in nature every day so I am connected to the earth and sky. Take me to rivers and oceans and let me play in the water so I grow to be brave and curious. Teach me how to build tree houses so I always have my own special place to go. Plant a vegetable garden every year so I learn about seeds and plants and the cycles of life and death. Teach me how to cook so I can always feed myself and others. Let me sleep under the stars so I feel connected to the universe. Get me a puppy so I learn how to love and care for something and so I have a companion. Teach me to speak at least 2 other languages so I can talk to more people and travel. Laugh at dinner time so that eating together becomes something I look forward to. Go for walks every night so I am not afraid of the dark. Let me sleep late on the weekend because my best dreams happen in the morning. Teach me the importance of exercise to keep my body strong and flexible. Give me lots of hugs and encouragement so I feel loved. Teach me healthy boundaries so I learn to respect and value myself and others. Guide me to study and learn the things that excite me so I can make a life and find work that I love. Self-portrait. I am my own experience. I am my own work of art. Madonna. This invitation requires more than just looking at ourselves in the mirror and writing about what we see. This is about describing who we are, inside and out, with the kind words that convey insight into our relationship with ourselves. We often focus on what we don't like about ourselves. We're too skinny, too fat, we're good at this but not so good at that. We wish we were better at math or more artistic. The media makes it impossible if you're a girl to feel like you fit in and are desirable unless you're thin, gorgeous, and feminine. Likewise, boys and men must be athletic, handsome, and successful. But if we could learn to see ourselves with eyes of acceptance for all our beautiful and imperfect humanness, we would treat ourselves and others with greater kindness. Invitation. Write a poetic self-portrait, like painting a picture of yourself with words. How do you see yourself? What do you know about yourself? Just right. Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself in the mirror. Just notice, don't judge. Just accept and say hello. Write a list of what you see. Long legs, tan skin, strong belly, big feet, wild hair. Next, write a list of all these adjectives you can use to describe yourself. Kind, wise, silly, creative, fierce, loving, loyal, truthful. Now take your lists and choose a few points from each, and write about yourself as if you were painting a picture with words to tell someone who you are. Describe aspects of your appearance and weave in your interests, accomplishments, fears, dreams. You, like all of us, are a work in progress. Be kind and patient with yourself. It takes a lifetime to become who we want to be. Example: Queen of Gorgons, Amelia, 15. Eyes of tinted glass behind oval frames, turn the world a shade of blue. I sit before my mirrors, casting out my demons, my body a vessel of cracked clay. Half a moon smile on my lips, beaded serpents around my neck, hissing and cursing at a world that curses me back. Not quite right. Katie, 19. I am not quite ripe yet. I was born on the feeble branch of the lemon tree. I smell like a clean home. I have ridges like fingerprints. Unique to me alone. I am not quite ripe yet. Green blends into yellow, like watercolor paint, kissing on a canvas, or like clashing currents in an angry sea. I am not quite right yet. I exist in a space between child and adult, possibility and stagnation, reaching for better, and content with the present. I am not quite ripe yet, and maybe that's okay. My name. There are tribes of Aboriginal people in Africa whose members, when they're very young, go off in the wild, alone, to learn their birth song. When they know their song, they return to the tribe and teach it to everyone, and this becomes their name. The tribe sings their name song to them their whole life as a way of identifying and honoring them. Even when they are dying, the tribe sings their song to them so they will remember who they are as they travel into the next world. Our names are how we identify ourselves. They are the affirmations of who we are. They are what we answer yes to when someone calls. Our parents chose our names. Some names are handed down from grandparent or family friend. Some people change their names to one they feel better suits them. Our names are a song of pitch and rhythm, syllable and tone. They set the mood for how we identify ourselves. Invitation. Think about your name. Do you know the story of how and why your parents chose it? Have you ever asked them? Were you named after someone? If so, who? What is the meaning of your name? What is the sound, rhythm, tone, and feel of your name? Is it sharp or round, smooth or bumpy? Does it end in ah sound or a clipped consonant? Does your name have double letters? Is it a palindrome? Do you feel your name fits you? What powers does your name give you? Would you change your name if you could? If so, what name would you choose, and why? Just write. Write about your name. Say it out loud to yourself a few times. Listen to the sound, tone, rhythm, and shape of the word. Turn it over in your mouth and taste it. What images and feelings come to you when you consider your name? What does your name mean to you? Does your name come with a story? Do you like your name? Would you change it if you could? Do something creative with the letters of your name, especially unusual letters like Z or X. Try turning these letters into animals or an instrument. Make it dance, sing, fight, bloom. Example: Ava Gloria. Ava, 14. Ava Gloria sounds solemn, sacred. The sound of holy words, recited and resounded. A prayer of brilliance, golden glory. A prayer for cardinal wings to fly away with. A name befitted of a lion queen, ready to stand like a statue and be adored. Sounds like a speech belonging to a saint, uttered and hushed, while white votive candles look on silently to the pews. As much as Ava belongs to the little bird my mother saw in the snow that day, small, sturdy, and red from pecking, beak to perky tail feathers, Gloria belongs to my grandmother, Nana, I call her, when I was only small and soft. The child of 2 immigrants from Mexico, the youngest of enough sisters she could get lost in them. Gloria slid into the middle of her name too, right between Carmen and Mason. When marriage swallowed up the Mason, and her sisters grew older each day, she clung to Catholicism. Little prayers and idols of Guadalupe gave my mother her own in-between name, strung up on her cabinets. Eva Gloria fits me like Carmen's hand-me-downs, dusty and sweet, and a little loose on me. lived in by someone whose stories I only know the edges of. I will wrap myself in these stories, take pieces for myself, keep them even once they are worn down and tore up, and no longer beautiful, until they fit me, stitched into my soul in gilded gold that looks almost holy. Chapter 4. Time Capsule. The past beats inside me like a second heart. John Banville, The Sea. We all have our pair of magic glasses that allows us to see into our past. Some people see only the hurtful memories, while others see only the good. Both are valuable. Both provide substantive material for writing and for becoming integrated and whole human beings. Let's put on our magic glasses and take a look. I remember. To remember is to summon the past. Memory is a rich reservoir, a treasure trove for poetic writing. Some memories we push down and try to forget because they're too painful. Others we keep reliving. Writing about memories, especially painful ones, help us become whole again. When we dredge up old memories and sift through the debris, we find the scattered, lost, or abandoned pieces of ourselves. And when we weave ourselves back together with all the good, the bad, the brilliant, the messy, and the miserable parts, we come to greater peace with who we are. Memory offers an abundance of emotional packed information to write about. The tiniest thing can spark a memory. Invitation. Close your eyes and stir your memories. Be open to whatever pops up to the surface, and grab a memory that really lights up. Is it an old friend, a lover, a pet, a teacher, a grandparent, a place, an injury, or exhilarating or terrible experience? Use your senses to conjure the smells, sights, sounds, and feelings. Let the memory play before your inner eye like a movie. Just right. Start your poem with the phrase, I remember, or I remember the time. See where it takes you. Track the details. What's happening? Where are you? What season or year is it? Who else is there? What are you doing? What are you feeling and thinking? What are you wearing? What are the smells, sights, sounds? What do you feel in your body as you review this memory? Write about the memory as if it's happening now. Example, I remember, Anahera, 12. I remember that time when the dusty gold smeared across the horizon and the glowing embers of the newborn stars laughed harmony into our soul. I remember being nervous, my palms sweating, fiddling with my fingers, and you raising your hand, your lilting voice like 1,000 singing birds. I remember you walked towards me, then leaping in gallops like a prancing horse, speckled with nutmeg. You calling my name, followed with yours, sounding like a song on your gifted tongue. I remember the word I longed to say to you, coming out croaky and stuttering, my hi turning into an inaudible whisper. We strolled through a wood in blissful shade, darkness enveloping us in silence. I remember you trying to break the silence, asking me what I like to do. Me stammering like a toad with hiccups. The time passing too quickly. Me wanting to sit with you for longer. I remember you saying bye and my heart almost breaking. You were my first friend in this new world, but I healed when you said you'd see me again tomorrow. I remember the time I met you. I remember the time you said goodbye. I remember the time we became best friends. Home. There's no place like home. Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. L. Frank Baum. Home is a place, but it's also a feeling. We feel at home in certain places and with certain people. To feel at home is a rare kind of special. It fills our hearts and body with a powerful sense of peace and belonging. So what makes somewhere home? Where do you feel at home? And what elements go into making a place at home? For some people, home is where they grew up. For others, home is a place they've created that feels cozy and familiar, where they have everything they need. Still, other people have the ability to make themselves at home wherever they are. Are you a homebody, or do you thrive on being out and about, on the move, at home in your own skin? Invitation. What makes a place home for you? What makes you feel at home? Think about your childhood home. What do you remember about it? Did you feel at home there? Did it feed your heart and soul? What elements made it feel like home? The feeling of home includes the physical space, the people, and the sound, smells, food, sights, conversation, pets. Home is where you feel most, well, at home. Where is this for you? Just right. Write about a place that feels like home. Describe the space, people, pets, feelings, memories, smells, foods, sights, sounds, and conversations you remember. What makes it home? You can write about your childhood home, your favorite home, or your current home. If you don't have a place that feels like home, imagine one and explore what it would be like. How would you feel there? What would make it home? Examples. My old home, rainy, 11. 6 months ago today, I sadly left my old Ontario home to come here, to Laguna, California. I miss Ontario every day. Our old stone house with the creaky front door, the left window in my room that I could never open myself. Cold October mornings when my breath would spiral out of my mouth like smoke from Grandpa Jake's pipe. Flurries of crunchy leaves that would form piles to jump in, and summers where the hill behind our house danced with shimmery, golden green grass. My mom always tells me that my face looks like a field of grass, my pale hazel eyes like the grass, the smattering of freckles under my eyes like seeds that drop, the curls of my hair like birds swooping down to collect the seeds, and my long legs always galloping in like the breeze of stirred grass. But now, every day, I wake up to screaming seagulls and waves crashing onto prickly sand. I use the birds to pull away, their wings floating my mind up, and away. I am from the home of the illegals. Alex, 16. I am from the home of the illegals, from the Spanish ghetto streets where people vulture like eagles. When people run down the block with their ice cream carts trying to sell their products, trying to make a start. Scraping cars from the gutter to scrape up a few dollars. Buy smoke, buy drugs for a moment of thunder. Where the homeless bums drink until they sleep in the streets. Where old dudes act like zombies 'cause they've been high all week. It's a hectic home. There's drama in the streets. The people stay silent. The people stay mute. Poverty and robbers fill our homes and our streets. Crime stays committed. It shoots us in our sleep. Hiding places. Poems hide. In the bottom of our shoes, they are sleeping. What we have to do is live in a way that lets us find them. Naomi Shinab Nye. Valentine for Earnest Man. Everyone needs a little hiding space all to themselves. Many of us had a secret place when we were kids. Many adults have places like this too. We've heard of man caves and lady coves, and more recently, she sheds, bitch barns, and witch wings. Did you have a secret hiding place when you were a kid? I did. I actually had a few. In the summertime, I loved to hide out in the bathtub. No water, just the cool porcelain against my skin. My pillow lining the back of the tub. The shower curtain drawn for privacy. I'd spend hours in the tub, reading. I also had my own clubhouse under the big pine tree in the front yard. These were places where I could be alone, hear my own voice, make art, read and write, watch clouds, daydream. Invitation. Think about a hiding place you had as a kid, or one you have now. Where is it? How did you find it? Does anyone else know about it? Why and when do you go there? What do you do there? Just write. Write about your childhood hiding place, or a hiding place you have now. Where is it? Is it inside or outside? How big or small is it? What does it feel like? What do you keep there? How do you feel being there? What do you do there? If you don't or didn't have a hiding place, feel free to invent one. Example: hiding place, Mateo, 15. Quiet, alone, light slanted, through branches, rustle of leaves, songs of birds, rhythm of feet, chants of voices, my own breath, the salty taste of sweet on my lips. A place of floaty dreams, between awake and asleep. Comic books, broken crayons and crumbled paper, peanut butter cookie crumbs, an old baseball cap. Me. Family portraits. You think you're enlightened? Go spend a week with your family. Ram Dass, The Game of Enlightenment. Families have healthy relationship, dynamic of love, loyalty, and support, but also dysfunctional dynamics of secrets, abuse, competitions, and things unspoken. In my family, there were things we didn't tell my father and things we didn't tell my sister. So of course I wondered what they didn't tell me. This bred in me a sense of mistrust and also a quest to tell the truth. We carry our family patterns around with us and unconsciously replicate in our own relationship. Unless we get clear about what they are and chose to keep the ones we like and change the ones that no longer serve us. Invitation. Choose a family photograph. Look at the people in the photo and think about the relationship dynamics of your family. Who are you closer to? Who can you be yourself with? Where is the tension? Are there family secrets? Is there anything that is off limits to talk about? Do you enjoy or dread being with your family and why? Just write. Looking at your family photo, write about the feelings that arise in you about your family. You can write from your own perspective, or you can try writing from the imagined perspective of one of your family members. Take a clear look at the patterns that play out in your family, good and bad. All families have their issues. What do you appreciate about your family? What drives you crazy? What could you change if you could? Example: the braid of existence. Sophie, 10. The mother, toasted skin and long, coal black hair, has a braid on each side of her head, joining into one. One daughter has green eyes and hair like chestnut pony. Her skin is like peach in the sun, spattered with freckles like a paint canvas. The second daughter has cocoa-colored skin and eyes gray like stone. Her hair is tightly curled, falling neatly down her back. The three women's hair is braided into one big braid, and like their hair, their hands, too, are interwoven. The women are wrapped in the silver of the clouds. Birds fly around their heads, showing the passing of the time. The three women are bound together, connecting the future with the past, braiding them together like their hair. The mother looks into the future, her back turned on what came before. The first sister watches the past with focused green eyes. The second sister, with cocoa skin, gazes at the present with eyes like a hawk. She sees what others may not. The three women represent the past, present, and future, and all are of equal importance to each other. Each is one part of the braid of existence, like a mother and two daughters. Dig deeper. Who in your family do you go for nurturing? Who do you go for safety and protection? Who do you seek out for advice, guidance, wisdom? Which family member is most significant in your life? What draws you to them? What do you appreciate about this person? What do you find challenging about this person? What are the best and worst things you share with this person? What works and doesn't work in this relationship? What do you learn about yourself from this person? How have you changed from knowing this person? What do you wish you could do differently with this person? Is there anything you'd like to say to this person? Time capsule. A time capsule is a generational scrapbook in which we pull together all the elements that identify and define us, showing who we are and what we value at a certain time in history, leaving a record of what we want to be remembered for by future generations. Let's have some fun and create our own time capsules. Invitation. Make a personal time capsule. Think about who you are and what you value, and what you want to be remembered for. Think about what you would want someone in the future to know about you. Just right. Imagine you're gathering a pile of the most significant items that represent your values, interests, accomplishments, and goals. Consider areas of study, music, poetry, ideas, books, movies, food, clothing, nature, hobbies, sports, friends, family, and more. Make sure everything you choose is unique and special for you. What you value and love and want to be remembered for. Write about what you put in your time capsule and why. Make it serious, witty, poetic, metaphorical, sentimental. You choose. Example. Time capsule, dawn, 12. My poems, songbirds, the color of sunsets. Dried lavender petals, homemade peach ice cream. Blue sea glass, monarch butterflies, Harry Potter books. Jar of car exhaust, melting ice caps, endangered species, honeybees. Green scarab beetle pin from my grandmother. Handmade purple wool mittens. Sound of my baby brother crying. Vegetable seeds. Pail of ocean water and sand. Full moon. My best friend Kara laughing. My blues harmonica. Chocolate chip cookies. Ripped jeans. A glitter pens of all colors. A tiny jar of tears. Chapter 5. Come to your senses. Now the ears of my ears awake, and now the eyes of my eyes are opened. E. E. Cummings. I thank you, God, for most this amazing day. Our five senses, sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch, are apertures of perception. They gather and feed us continual and necessary information on a conscious and subconscious level that enables us to interpret and navigate the world and our experiences. We rely on our senses for survival, and yet we tend to take them for granted. Our senses are excellent guides to help bring us back to the present moment. When you're feeling lost or out of touch with yourself, come back to your senses. Tune into what you can see, smell, hear, taste, or touch. Doing so will help ground you in the here and now. Feel your feet on the ground and your body supported by whatever you're sitting on or lying on. Listen to the sounds around you. Birdsong, rain, machinery, traffic, voices. Feel the temperature of your skin. Warm, cool, clammy, dry. Breathe in the scent of where you are. Coffee, toast, pine trees. Look around you. Simply allow your eyes to take in colors and shapes. Light and shadow. Lick your lips and taste whatever you find there, sweet or salty. Say hello to everything, without judgment or the need to change or fix it. Just hello. Invitation. Focus on one sense at a time. Close your eyes, except for when you're focusing on sight, and put all your attention on that one sense, allowing it to grow and amplify. Be curious. What do you notice? What information comes to you through this particular sense? Just right. Take your time and tune into each sense, one at a time, and write about what you experience in that moment through each of your senses. You can also write about any of the ideas in the sense categories below, imagining into each one, or you can make up your own. Sight. Write about the sight of the sky at sunrise or sunset, snow falling, a flock of birds, a garden of flowers, mountains, a bustling city, a junkyard, a whale breaching, a child playing. Smell. Write about the smell of burnt toast, the ocean, your grandparents' home, the air just before it rains, your pet, a person you like, your favorite restaurant, a campfire, cookies baking. Sound. Write about the sound of wind, a dog howling, a sports event, your parents talking in another room, music, your friends' laughter, rain, the first sounds of morning, someone crying. Taste. Sweet, sour, bittery, spicy, savory. Write about the taste of butter, an egg, honey, lemon, coffee, chocolate, salsa, fresh to bake bread, ice cream, ripe strawberries. Touch. Write about the feeling of walking barefoot on grass, sand, snow, or hot pavement. A wool sweater or fairy slippers. Warm wind on your skin. The itch of a bug bite. Examples. Sound. Serenade of Silence. Natalie, 14. Night brings the serenade of silence. The end of chirping, swooping birds, and the swish of speckled trees. The silence sings. No more stunning sunsets, swirling pink and purple chords, the buzzing of bees gone, taking their golden notes of syrup with them. The sky no longer dances, the sun no longer sings. The serenade of silence is the music of night. Taste. Electric lemon. Zane, 14. Electric awakening. Bat to ball. Fireworks. Screeching tires. Silence my ranting. A searing brand. Burning my tongue. Contorting my face into a monster mask. Sending catalysms through my body. Freezing my daydreams dead in their tracks. The trumpet of a lemon. Touch. The breeze. Sean, 16. The breeze skims across my skin, scalloping my surface like a lake. I ripple above while down below. Creatures swim, beating against my legs. As they climb up to feed in the sun, my skin is sprinkled with stars. Spice it up. Let's have some fun with herbs and spices. Have you ever smelled something that catapulted you into a memory? It's a survival mechanism that smells are linked to the part of our brains that store memories. If we smell or taste something we learned is poisonous, we'll know not to eat it again. Similarly, we're wired for sweets. Sweet implies calories, which we need to survive. So when we smell and taste something sweet, we instinctively want more. Scent is special. It has the power to summon memories, feelings, and connections. Invitation. Go to the kitchen and grab 5 to 10 jars of herbs and spices. Choose some you like and some you're not so crazy about. If you can do this with a friend or a group, it's fun to hide the label names. Important. Don't try to figure out and name each spice. Rather, focus on where the scent takes you in terms of memories, feelings, images, connections. Just right. Open the jars one by one. Notice the scent, color, texture. Describe the smell. This is not so easy. What does the scent evoke in you? Where does it take you? Is this an old familiar place or a new imagined place? Catch your mind wanting to figure out and name the spice, and instead focus on your feelings, impressions, and experiences of the smell. Write about what it stirs up in you. Where does it take you? Examples: anise, Lev 18, saltwater taffy, black licorice, pungent darkness, each spike of seed cartwheeling through a dark, lifeless garden. Nutmeg, Lev 18, hot and crisp, freeze-dried, icy center, breaks your teeth. Yellow dust, following the car, through the desert, to the withered springs. Synesthesia, morning tastes of honeydew and the fading of candles. It tastes of green honey in spring. Amal el Mohtar, the honey month. Synesthesia is the blending of senses. The word synesthesia comes from the Greek syn, for together, and the root ithi, for to feel. It is a condition that happens when one sense, such as sight, triggers another sense, such as smell. At the same time, for someone with synesthesia, each letter of the alphabet might have a different odor or color. Sound can be perceived and interpreted as light, and light patterns can evoke musical tones. How fun! Invitation. Imagine you have synesthesia, a blending of the senses. How do you perceive the world through your blended senses? Just right. Allow your mind to bend, your senses to blend, and your imagination to explore freely as you answer any or all of the following synesthesia questions. Write about one question at a time, each section at a time, or just choose the questions that spark you and combine a few of your answers to write a poem. Have fun and get creative. Synesthesia questions. What is the taste of anger or fear or joy? What does blue or green or yellow taste like? What does morning taste like? What is the smell of excitement or sadness or desire? What does disappointment smell like? What is the smell of the color purple or orange? What color or shape is sadness or hurt or love? What is the color or shape of noise or quietude? What color or shape is sleep or sleeplessness? What texture is turquoise or silver or red? What is the texture of need or loneliness or peace? What texture is being asleep or wide awake? What is the sound of sunshine or snow or midnight? What is the sound of yellow or blue or pink? What is the sound of love or loneliness? Examples: guilt, Katie, 19. Guilt tastes like a sour parasite, weaseling its way into your fragile brain. It is the deafening yell that gets louder with time, rotting away at any semblance of sanity. Guilt tastes like a dumbbell that slowly sinks to the bottom of your stomach. Each day the weight grows heavier. Your back gives out because no one has the strength to carry such crippling darkness. Guilt tastes like rusty nails. You know they serve no purpose, but that doesn't stop them from hurting, scraping your throat until it's raw, so that even the loudest scream can only be heard as a whisper. Pain, Rika, 12. Pain tastes like a lollipop that coats your tongue, with a bitter sour paste that never rubs off. Pain tastes like the thick layer of white fluff, splattering like a deformed sponge. Pain's taste increases and falls, leaving your mouth with dull punishment. Pain tastes like a thick, dry powder that fills your mouth with breathless suffering. Pain tastes like soft mush that has no flavor and discolors the world around you, darkening and dampening your senses until there is nothing left to resurrect. Chapter 6. The 5 W's. The universe is made of stories, not of atoms. Muriel Rukeyser, The Speed of Darkness. Borrowing from journalism, let's apply the 5 W's, the 5 basic questions to get to the heart of a story. Who, what, when, where, why. We'll use these as points of entry to gather information, notice details, imagine possibilities, since we are working with our intuition and imagination rather than solid facts. What we notice will reveal as much about us as it does about our subject. Pay attention. Sometimes it helps to squint your eyes to see between the lines. Photos and the 5 W's. To be a person is to have a story to tell. Isaac Dinesen. I have always been intrigued with black and white photographs, and the works of photographers such as Mary Ellen, Mark, Sally Mann, Louise Hine, Annie Leibovitz. I see faces, stark and haunting, needing, loving, hurt or happy, and human, staring directly at me through the camera's eyes. I always wonder, who are these people? What kind of life did they live? What did they struggle with? What broke them? How did they find the strength to get back up? Were they in love? Sometimes it seems as if they are seeing me as much as I am seeing them. What does it feel like to be witnessed, seen, revealed? Let's use the 5 W's to discover or imagine the story in the photo. Invitation. Gather evocative photos of people. Cut them out of magazines, use old postcards, or look in photography art books. Find some black and white photos which tend to draw you in and reveal the soul of a person. Close-ups, face shots, oddly intriguing or striking-looking people will get your creative juices flowing. The more interesting the faces, poses, clothing, or relationship between the people, the better. Just right. Choose one of the photos and use your imagination to answer the 5 W's about the person or people in the photo. Who are they? What is going on? What's the story here? When is this taking place? Where are they? Why is this happening? You can also put yourself in the photo and write about the imagined relationship you have with the person or people, how you came to be together in this moment, what you're doing, and what the story is. Example: where am I? Sophie, 14. Rugged designs trace the circle of charred wood, crumbling and leaving dark marks on the ground. Maybe one day she'll understand. She looks up at the fiery sky, strands of clouds like veins. The char disintegrates in her palms, leaving a ghostly smudge. Circles, more and more circles, she thinks to herself. You see, she yells at the sky. Burning wood makes char, and char writes on wood, and the wood becomes notes that try to explain to me where I am. Where am I? She shovels her toes deeper into the dry ground, growing more frustrated with every passing second. No, she isn't oblivious. The most heart-wrenching part of her story is the fact that she knows exactly where she is. The clearest section of sky, the part not obstructed by smoke, gives her a perfect view of the earth. It stands directly in front of her. The vibrant green land, the glorious blue oceans, the wispy clouds. But today, she works on a dying planet. She knows she'll have a life without purpose. Long ago, the earth formed, and all the impossible puzzle pieces connected so beautifully. But now a chunk of rock has broken off, and it's floating farther and farther away, until the earth is nothing but a dot in a cold universe. Oh, she knows exactly where she is. Postcard poems. With current technology, making communication instantaneous from any place in the world to another, we rarely send or receive postcards anymore. Postcards were so much fun. They were the pictures and messages we sent our family and friends from the place we traveled to on a vacation and for work. When I was a little girl, I loved looking at the postcards my mother received from her friends all over the world. I would use the information on the postcards to make up my own stories, pretending I was a traveler. Invitation. Gather a bunch of postcards or art cards. Choose 3 to 5 cards you feel an affinity with. Look through the cards until an idea or feeling comes to you about the people or scenery on the cards, what they are doing, what's the story. Can you weave together the various pictures? Perhaps there is a similar theme, such as ocean, animals, flowers, people, or sights from other countries. Each card might carry a piece of the puzzle. For example, there could be a person on one card, a boat on another, and an abstract painting on the third. And from these, an idea arises that the person is traveling on the boat to visit the artist who painted the picture, and they meet and fall in love. Or not. It's up to you. Anything goes. Just right. Be curious. Use any clues you notice on the card, such as the stamp, the date, and the address. Read the message, if there is one, written on the back of the card. Use any or all of these details to inform your ideas and write a poem based on the information you gather from the cards. Example: The Old Man, Robert, 14. On July 23rd, an old man sat listening to the moon. He heard it howling, crying for its mother. The old man went to the town square and walked past the white marble fountain. He put his feet in the fountain to cool off before lunch. He spent the rest of the day sitting by the fountain, feeding pigeons and talking to tourists. When night came, he went to the theater and completely forgot about the moon's crying. Later at home in bed, he listened and found that the moon had stopped crying. The old man smiled at his secret power. Morning news. The newspaper is a revealing record of who we are and how we function as a society. It reports the best and the worst of us. Our wars, our crimes against ourselves and each other, personal and public injustices, scientific and artistic accomplishments, inventions, sports, entertainment, current trends, items of human interests, politics, personal opinions. Some mornings the news makes me cry. I always wonder why the majority of articles are about tragedy and misfortune, and what this does to our understanding of the human condition. How does this affect our self-concept and our perspective of others in relation to others? Does it help us to see our commonalities and have greater compassion for one another? Or does it perpetuate an us or them ethos? What would it be like to have a whole newspaper focused on our victories, shared accomplishments, and acts of kindness? Invitation. Read through a newspaper, a magazine, or an internet news feed. Choose something that catches your attention. It could be a photo, an advertisement, a news article, an obituary, a want ad. Just right. Using the information provided in the graphic or text you choose, apply the 5 W's and write about the feelings and images that arise in response to what you see or read. It can be something you learn or something you imagine about the people involved, or you can relate it to your own life. Example: Mama Simba, Olivia, 14. I am Mama Simba, people lover. In life I value many things, but my family always comes first. Here in Botswana, we don't live a charmed life, but that doesn't matter to me. The happiness of my children and my husband is what matters most. Color fills my life. It lifts me up when I am down. The whole world around me is full of life and color. It keeps me feeling good. I am the village teacher. In a one-room schoolhouse, all the children flock here to learn and play together. Today I am journeying for food, money, and more work. My brother comes with me. We will do whatever it takes to make ends meet, to save our family, to save the schoolhouse, to save the community. I will fight for what is right. I will fight for what is necessary. And one day, when I am no longer here, I hope these battles will be no longer needed. I hope there will be no more war, no more anger, no more greed, just peace, happiness, and harmony. I am Mama Simba, people lover. Still life. One of the first things I learned in drawing class is to observe. Before you sketch, hash, shade, paint, or blend, you simply observe. Let your eye follow the lines, witness the natural relationship between shapes, and understand the conversation between form and space. Only then can you do justice to what you are capturing on paper. Let's see if we can do this with our poetry. Invitation. Collect an assortment of objects such as an apple, a pine cone, a glass figurine, a flute, a shell, a feather, a toothbrush, a small potted plant, an old book, a toy plane, a seed pod, a crystal. Grab anything that calls to you. The weirder or even the more ordinary, the better. Arrange the objects on a table. Now take some time to simply observe these objects. What do they really look like? If you're looking at an apple, don't think about what you know about an apple. Rather, look at this apple and experience its appleness. What relationship do you notice between the different objects? What conversations are happening between space and form? To enrich your experience of the objects, you might want to touch some of them, feel their texture and weight. Use beginner's mind as if this were the first time you are experiencing the object. Smell some of the objects, such as the apple, the old book, or whatever objects you have chosen. Explore all the objects in relation to one another, or single out a few that really speak to you. Just right. Look at the objects and apply the 5 W's until you know about the story of each shape: color, texture, curve, and shadow. Get a feel for the story of the relationship between the objects. Write about the object as though you were sketching them for an art class, as if seeing them for the first time. Allow the objects to reveal themselves to you. Let them tell their story, and perhaps more of your own story. Example: Still life comes to life. Amelia, 15. She puts a seashell to my ear. I smile as the tides echo through my head. She wears an amethyst pendant, crowns me with a circlet of pine cones, and a wreath of beads washed up from a boat that sank ages ago. She puts a bird's nest in my palm, and I feel the coarse weave, constructed from days of constant work by 2 feathered sprites. I did not hear their song. Her teeth crunch into a red apple, juice running down her chin. She smells of salt and bones. Washed clean by the sea, she turns to me with ocean on her lips and makes me see. She turns my head to watch the sun bleed slowly into the waves. She is the Queen of Spades, a playing card washed on shore, and I pick up and put in my pocket, and later place under my pillow to dream. Chapter 7. Muse of the Ordinary. Make the ordinary come alive. The extraordinary will take care of itself. William Martin, the parents' Tao Te Ching. We can find poetry everywhere, if we know how to look and how to listen. Poetry lives in the simplest things, in the isness of an object, in the relationship between people and nature, in light and shadow, in the truth of our feelings. We can invite our muse to inspire us by calling forth poetry from ordinary sources that are part of our everyday lives, such as a dictionary entry, a to-do list, a letter, an event announcement, a horoscope, even a magic spell. Invitation. Refer to the ordinary sources below. Choose one you may not have considered poetic, like a horoscope or a to-do list, or even a dictionary entry. Perhaps you don't come in contact with a magic spell every day, but maybe it's time to try your hand at writing one. Just write. Write a poem in the form you choose, or take a poem you've already written and try adapting it into that form. Ordinary sources. A letter, a horoscope, a dictionary entry, a magic spell, a to-do list, an event announcement. Examples. My horoscope, Olivia, 14. The earth, without art, is just, eh. Hello, guardian. Choose spirit, embrace passion, love, taste the arts within. Goodness gracious. Explore, splash, adventure. Feed the world with 1,000 words. Come as you are. Leave as you want to be. Stay gold. To-do list. Jade, 13. Paint the sky. Sing to the stars. Comb the grass. Feed the flowers. Tame the lions. Weave a dress of spider silk. Cut firewood for the sun. Read stories to the children. Magic spell. Izzy, 18. Fang of wolf and ink of squid. Mend my broken heart whole, like when I was a kid. Dew of moss and baleen of whale. The old story changes now into a bright new tale. Through darkness, through illness, I've grown strong and true. The one I've been looking for is me, not you. Pearl of shell and breath of ghost, I draw to my life what I love most. With heart of love and voice of song, friends now gather, and to each other we belong. Lower of sea and sky and earth, today is the beginning of my rebirth. Lover of quiet and dark and deep, I am a treasure for myself to keep. Blackouts. Working with words that are already there can bring out a whole new kind of poetry. Poetry magnets that stick to your refrigerator are great for this. Cutting words out of magazines or newspapers and piecing them together is another great way to call up new poems. With blackouts, we'll take a page from a book, circle the words we like, and use a marker to black out the parts we don't want. Leaving a poem in our wake for presents to give to my students one year. I bought a stack of old books at the thrift store on subjects I knew they'd like. Fantasy, animals, anatomy, sports, cooking, and, of course, literature. Their summer poetry homework was to take the book with them on vacation and make blackout poems throughout the entire book. Invitation. Get an old book or some pages from a magazine or newspaper. You'll need a pencil with an eraser and a thick black marker, like a Sharpie. Just write. Read through the pages and choose one with words that catches your eye. With a pencil, circle the words in the text that jump out at you. Then, using your Sharpie, black out all the other words so the remaining words you circle create a poem. The poem may not always make the kind of linear sense you're used to. Be open to experimenting and creating a new kind of poem, one you have to stretch your mind to understand. Examples. By Jasmine, 16. Blackbird, star, wringing her hands, twisted cloud like a night, flipped open. Hello? She paused. Hello. By Esno, 15. His eyes opened, brave. He closed his eyes. A moment, something sweet, secret. By Noelle, 13. Child of water, not being one of them feeling, run fast, restless, life. She opened the door, she opened her mouth. By Lena, 18. Pretty, deep breaths, her sorrows, secret, red dress, wine. They both went quiet. Recipe poems. You know the kind I mean. How to write a blues song. 4 cups of sorrow, 2 tablespoons regret, half cup of starry night, 1 ounce forgiveness, and a dash of passion. Mix all the ingredients until smooth. Bring to a boil, then simmer on stove for 7 hours. Cover and let cool. Pour over a bed of sweet sliced promises and garnish with chili pepper flakes. Serve in 1 big bowl with 2 spoons. Eat at midnight. Invitation. Think about all the elements that go into cooking your favorite meal. Consider ingredients, measurements, preparations, utensils. Do you boil, bake, saute, steam, roast, grill, stir, blend? How long do you cook the dish for, and at what temperature? How do you serve it? Just as you do with cooking. Get creative. Just right. Write a recipe for how to heal a broken heart, how to make a little brother invisible, how to make someone fall in love with you, and to create world peace or end human suffering. Anything is possible. Cook up a storm. Examples. How to make happiness. Leo, 13. 5 cups of sunshine, 4 cups of swimming, 3 cups of adventure novels, 2 cups of music, 1 cup of friend. Fry the sunshine and swimming together in a pan with butter. Grill the adventure novels until tender. Blend the music with ice. Toast the friends lightly. Mix all of these together until creamy. Put in a muffin tin and bake at 700 degrees for 2 days and 2 nights. When the smell makes your mouth water, take it out and sprinkle with snowflake frosting. Serve on a colorful plate. Piso cake. Mila, 11. Take your kindness and add 2 spoons of it and melt it all. Take your eggs and mash them up. Add a drizzle of understanding and a pinch of sugar. Throw in a cup of flour. Bake at 300 degrees. Take it out at midnight when your hope's in the most hopeful it will ever be. Take your enemy by the hand and help them take it out of the oven. Let it cool and grab a slice. As you eat the first bite, the internal war ends. Let the peace settle in. Secret weapon, 7 by 7. On good days, our writing comes pouring out of us, and we can't stop, and we don't want to. But other days, even though we want to write, we can't find our voice or our starting point. We can't find the way in. When I'm having trouble getting the poetry to flow, I use my secret weapon. I pull the 7th book off my bookshelf, open it to page 7, and write down the words from the 7th line. No matter how weird or out of context, I use these words as the first line of my poem to get me started, or as the last line that I build up to. You can create any structure you want for this. Invitation. Go to your bookshelf and choose the 7th book. Open it to page 7. Look at the 7th line of the page. Whatever it says, write it down. Use either the whole sentence or just a few words. Just write. Begin a poem using the line or a few of these words and see where it takes you. Limit the length of the poem to 7 lines. Try this as many times as you like. Parameters using your favorite number. Example, By Way of the Invisible, Jasmine, 18. By way of the invisible, I found the monarchs, hanging from the big tree, over the bridge like a million flower petals. Their fragile bodies fan the sky. Lyrical Muse. As a singer-songwriter, I've learned to respect the mystical process involved in writing a song. Though I am fully present in pouring myself into a song that I'm writing, I'm also aware that there is something bigger than just me at play. Meet the muse in the music. Her name is Lyric. If you open to her and ask her for help, she will plant ideas in your brain, light a fire in your fingers, and stir emotions in your heart. Song lyrics are poetry. Within the magic of a song, the lyrics express thoughts and feelings, marrying them to the rhythm and melody. Music brings poetry to life. Invitation. Let's dip into this accessible form of poetry that we come in contact with every day in the music we listen to and love. Think about a song you like and choose your favorite line from the song. Your favorite might change tomorrow or next week, but for right now, choose a song and some lyric that speaks to you. Just right. Use the lyric as the first line of your poem. Try weaving it through your piece a couple of times, repeating it like the chorus of a song. Be willing to go anywhere this lyric takes you. Let the lyrical muse inspire you. Stay curious. Be ready for anything. Like any good muse, she may lead you on a wild adventure that takes you to somewhere wholly new. Example, The Day I Start Living, Libby, 19. Today I lifted my head up high. I saw a blue sky with wings, following the sun with a sigh. This is the day I start living. The sky is laughing from its eyes. Its voice is a golden harp singing. Show me how to laugh and sing, I begged the great blue sky. Show me how to love again. This is the day I start living. Write a song with rhythm and rhyme. After silence, that which comes nearest to expressing the inexpressible is music. Music is what feelings sound like. Aldous Huxley, Music at Night. I love this question. Can you imagine a world without music? The moment I try to imagine it, everything in the world collapses and implodes. I simply cannot imagine it. Can you? Music is life. I've been singing since before I could speak. Music is my mother tongue. It's how I express the feelings that are beyond words. For most of us, music is woven into the fabric of our lives. We have a soundtrack for the best and worst times. We turn to music to celebrate and to soothe. We respond to the rhythmic and melodic language of music with our bodies, hearts, and souls. Music is language before words. It is pure feeling. And in music we find ourselves belonging to ourselves and something bigger than ourselves. Rhythm and rhyme. Most songs follow a pattern of rhythm and rhyme. An easy pattern to start with is a folk song, a ballad, or the blues. They usually have 4 lines per verse and follow a rhythming pattern of AABB or ABAB, meaning either the first 2 and or last 2 lines of rhyme, or the first and third and or the second and fourth lines rhymes. Invitation. Choose a musical genre such as pop, folk, rock, blues, country, reggae, rap, hip-hop, and so forth. Choose a topic such as being love-struck, heartbreak, a social issue, a rant. Listen to your favorite songs and notice the issues they address, the rhythmic pattern they follow, how the melody expresses emotion. See if you can copy it, or try the AABB or ABAB pattern, or create your own. Just right. Write the song lyrics for any music genre you want. As you're writing the song, keep saying or singing it out loud so you hear the rhythm pattern as you go. Stick with it. Believe in your song. Examples: Night Owl, Colette, 17. The song of summer and the silver stream, the light of the moon shining into my dream. The call of the night owl up in her tree. 3 times she asks, who could it be? I know in my heart she's calling to me, so I rise on dark wings and set myself free. Today, Rich, 16. Today the sky is full of gray, my heart is raining too. I'll reach inside the gun's golden head and pull out a sky of blue. Wild words. Wild words pop up like wildflowers where you least expect them. They sparkle in the corner of your eye or sing in the corner of your ear. You may pass one in a sign on the wall. You may find one jumping off the page of a book. Or you may catch one in an overhead conversation. It can be a word or phrase that just pops into your head from out of the blue, wherever or whatever that is. There are words that grab your attention, words that jump in your pocket and want you to take them home with you. Perhaps it's a word you've never heard, an odd or funny phrase, or a word you just like the sound and taste of when you chew it in your mouth. Invitation. Gather 10 to 20 wild words or phrases. Sit with each one like a treasure of the last of the summer blackberries. Be sure to write these words down. Remember they are wild, and if you don't write them down, they will gallop off to the next adventure. Collect your wild words or phrases in a basket, a box, or jar over the course of a day or a week. Write the words on little slips of paper and slide them into your container. Let them marinate. Just right. When you have 10 to 20 wild words or phrases, take them out, one at a time, and start arranging them like stringing the beads of a necklace. Feel free to add any words you need to make your poem. Sometimes the best poems wander off the beaten path. Allow the wild words to stretch your imagination and take somewhere wild and new. Highlight your wild words by writing them in a different color or a different font. You can even glue them right onto your page like a collage. Example: Wild words. Kimberly, 19. I gathered raw cacao in a song of silence and put them in a frying pan with some butter. I needed to arrive 30 to 40 minutes before the performance, so I boarded my seaplane and piloted through the Silk Road. But suddenly I knew what I really needed. I needed to fuel my passion. I was knee-deep in eco-psychology, halfway through a mud mask that felt like broken glass, and almost out of vitamin-rich protein power. I can turn this plane around. I can head directly to my hometown of Monterey, wrap myself in above fair trade organic cotton pajamas, just in time to absorb the peace and colors of the sunset through osmosis. No longer does her private property sign deter me. In fact, can you believe she would say that? Or that I'd rather ever listen? Heck, I recycle and reuse. I am powerful. I carry my own atlas. My heart is my compass. I can fly. Ode à la mode. I resisted the mad impulse to put them in a golden cage and each day give them birdseed and pieces of pink melon. Pablo Neruda, Ode to My Socks. What's an ode? Ode came from the Greek word meaning song. An ode is a lyric poem, a tribute, a song, a praise, a celebration. I love odes. My students love odes. They can dream up 100 different ways to celebrate a color, an item of clothing, a piece of fruit, or a vegetable. When in doubt, write an ode. You can write an ode to just about anything. Power clothing. It might sound silly, but have you ever put on an item of clothing and suddenly felt like you ruled the world? Maybe it's your favorite pair of jeans, a pair of old cowboy boots, a hand-me-down jacket, a vintage hat. You put it on and suddenly you have the power. I have this brown leather vest with a fur collar. When I put it on, I am transformed into a warrior woman. I can accomplish anything I set out to do when I wear this vest. What item of clothing do you have that helps you rule the world, or even just makes you feel safe and comfy, like you belong? Invitation. Think about your favorite item of clothing, the one that makes you feel best, safe, comfortable, invincible, like you're on fire. Just right. Write an ode, a tribute, a song of praise to this item of clothing. Combine your imagination with real-life experiences for unique details that will bring your poem to life. Examples. Ode to my scarf. Nicole, 15. Velvet snake wrapped around my shoulders, crawls up my neck, protecting me from evil in the biting chill that creeps down my back and brings sickness to my body. Scented deeply, a field of wildflowers. Can't stop smelling it every chance I get. All for this one feeling, like symphonies and ecstasy. My body unravels, my naked neck reveals the kissing room where night consumed me. And fingers teased, I wrap my hand around the velvet creases of perfect memories, those deviled kisses with a French accent. Running shoes. Kobe, 16. I bought these running shoes for myself. A couple of dune buggies ripped and wet. From running in rainy weather like squeaky stairs, every step I take sounds like an out-of-tune guitar. Together, we run to our dreams. Color crazy. Color is a power that directly influences the soul. Wassily Kandinsky, A Revolution in Painting. Have you ever noticed how color influences the way you feel? Have you ever walked into a room painted blue and suddenly felt ill? Does the color tan make you tired? Are you a person who wears only black? I go through phases when I cannot bear bright colors, but then something shifts, my mood changes, and I can't get enough purple, orange, and turquoise in my life. It's as if there are nutrients in these colors that my brain and body needs. One time I was at a yard sale and saw a table painted a shade of turquoise that I simply could not live without. I asked the woman what color it was, and she said it was Caribbean blue, and directed me to the paint store around the corner. It was like mood food. I bought a can and painted all of the furniture in my cottage Caribbean blue. Certain colors give me a headache, like bright yellow and neon green. Others colors make me feel calm and peaceful, like peach and pale pink. I like the spaciousness of white and the warmth of cream. Gray makes me depressed. Are you sensitive to color? Do certain colors influence your mood? Do they drain or energize you? Invitation. Think about which colors feed you and which deplete you. Which colors most express who you are and how you feel? Do different colors match different moods? Which colors are you drawn to, and which are you repelled by? Are these colors you absolutely need and others you cannot tolerate? Just right. Choose a color you resonate with, and write an ode to this color, a song of praise and celebration. Use detail, memories, items you have that are this color, and actual experiences that help you express your affinity for this color. Have fun. Example. Ode to Yellow, Amelia, 15. Yellow, my lost love. In your pointed shoes and great capes of chick feathers. leaving a trail of pale fairy dust. You, the color that initiates rust, tarnishes silver, and ages barbed wire. Not true. Lies cast by your older, uglier stepsister, orange and red, who fed you sour melon until you were sick. You are the forgotten daughter, forgotten even by me, for I was so caught by red's shocking and fatal beauty that I paid no attention to you. Yellow, I miss your hands of light. You are nomadic. You have moved so many times, I could no longer find you. But it was near a stream of aspens and rabbits and blooming daffodils. You looking like the queen of dryads. We spoke, for one cannot help but speak in your presence. Yellow, with your calm radiance, your listening ear, I sobbed and you held me in your arms, my shudders shaking both of us. You brought me back to life. I was embarrassed to have fallen so deeply for you. Fruit and veggies. Just because you've eaten hundreds of apples, thousands of bananas, and millions of baby carrots doesn't mean you've ever really looked at them, or thought about them, or tasted them, as a poet. So with beginner's mind, as if for the first time, as if you have just arrived on an alien planet, meet this fruit or vegetable. Invitation. Grab a piece of fruit or a vegetable and take some time to really explore it. Use beginner's mind. Notice the shape, color, smell, texture, contour. Cut it in half. Look at the seeds or the pit. Take out the seeds or pit and look at the space they used to inhabit. Explore the landscape and architect of this fruit or vegetable, and finally, taste it. Just right. Write an ode to celebrate this unique fruit or vegetable. Use your senses. Let your imagination cut loose on this one. The weirder, the better. Make it silly, sensual, sad, sarcastic. Make it your own. Examples. Ode to a pear. Ava, 13. Sometimes she wants to clothe herself in a strong skin, carved out of soft, speckled jade. She wants to wear it like armor, built of lacquered plates, strung together. She wants her words to have a crisp bite she can sink her teeth into. Feel the ivory bone dive into a juicy core. She wants to taste the fresh green whiff of growing when she speaks. She wants to keep her pearlescent heart with its streaming seeds safe. So she does. Cucumber Ode. Austin, 16. Ah, cucumber, my small green boat, sliding down the Amazon River, seeds like cells, like blood, like eggs, crispy and crunchy and quenching on this hot summer day. Searching for toads with blue striped backs, my cone-shaped hats, my pants that wrap, complete to eat, the skin and seeds and flesh, I carry you with me, my friend, so fresh. Soul food. You know that food you've just got to have? That food you crave when you've had a bad day or want to celebrate an accomplishment? That food that just makes everything right with the world? That food that gets into your soul and makes you sing? Invitation. Think about the food you go to when you need comfort, a sense of home or belonging. The food you ask for to celebrate your birthday. Maybe it's mac and cheese or a burger. Maybe it's lasagna or your mom's fried chicken. Maybe it's fresh baked banana bread or strawberry ice cream. You know what I'm talking about. Just right. Write an ode to your soul food, that food that makes your heart beat, your soul sing. Example. My mom's cornbread. Naya, 12. My mom's cornbread is as soft and fluffy as a moonbed, bright yellow like sunshine, with pieces of opal glowing from an inner force, and so delicious you could get sick from eating the whole pan of it. I ask for it on my birthday, I ask for it when I'm feeling down, I ask for it when I can't sleep. I ask for it when nothing else in the world will quench my hunger. I ask for it warm with lots of butter. My mom's cornbread could cure the sick, feed all the hungry children, heal up broken hearts, and put joy back into people who have lost their way. My mom's cornbread is magic. Chapter 9. Shapeshift. The Irish believed that gods, druids, poets, and others in touch with the magical world could be literal shapeshifters. Thomas Cahill, How the Irish Saved Civilization. From what I understand about physics, everything is made of energy. We may look solid, but we're actually gazillions of vibrating electrons. So using our imagination, we can shapeshift our energy to become anything we want, to tap into and harness the energy of water, fire, a mountain, a storm, sunshine, darkness, sadness, joy, you name it. You can become it. Imagination makes us fluid and flexible. It dissolves our boundaries. It allows us freedom. Knowing we can shapeshift and become anything we want, we are limitless. We are magic. Let's try shapeshifting. Imagine you are water, deep and blue, with many moods. How do you feel? And what do you know about yourself as water? Or become fire. I am born from a single spark. I consume everything in my path. As fire, what is your purpose and wisdom, and who are your friends? Invitation. Refer to the shapeshift categories below. Choose one you relate to or want to explore from the elements. The weather, day and night, or feelings. Then take a look at the shapeshift questions and consider what kind of personality, mood, characteristics, challenges, and dreams you have as this element, weather, day or night, or feeling. What hidden parts of you might embody and express? What parts of you can come out and play when you shapeshift? Just right. Close your eyes and allow yourself to shapeshift, becoming the element, weather, day or night, or feeling of choice. What are you wearing? How do you move? Where do you live? Who are your friends? What are your fears and dreams? For more ideas, refer to the shapeshift questions below. Go wild. Shapeshift categories. Elements: earth, air, fire, water. Weather: rain, snow, wind, fog, thunderstorm, hurricane, tornado. Day and night. Be specific about what time of day or night you're writing about. Feelings: anger, sadness, jealousy, fear, confusion, desire, grief, insecurity, joy, sensuality, doubt, rage, hurt, guilt, inspiration, silence, compassion, wisdom, and more. Shapeshift questions. Where was it born? What does it look like? What does it wear? How old is it? How does it move? Where does it live? What is its favorite season? What does it struggle with? What is it good at? Where does it work? What is its hobbies? What does it like to eat? What inspires it? What instrument does it play? What sport does it play? What does it fear? What does it want and need? What is its wisdom or message? Who are its friends and allies? Who are its enemies? What is its dreams? What is its missions? What are the construction and destructive aspects of it? What is your relationship or connection with it? Examples: air, Ashton, 9. I was born in wind. I wear the wind as a dress. It floats like water. I eat the grass and live everywhere at once. I play the violin and dance on the water. I dream of being solid. I keep you alive every day. You breathe me in and out. I wish I could be seen, but I am clear. I am air. Water. Lev, 18. Knowing I'll get what I want, I buy a blue dress, wrap my black hair in linen, dark as night, lurk in murky water, all I have left, swallow, spit, grieve. Drain in wet sorrow, mother to many, healer to few. My time has come, I lie on the ground in vast dryness, an icy surface. I yearn to hear a trickle of dreams quench me. Wind, Tess, 11. I am the gentle breeze in the catastrophic hurricane. I create the waves on the water. I make the fire stronger. As for the earth, I grant its seeds. In my light, white dress, I move the inky clouds. I fill the sails for merry, whistling sailors. I blow the balloons to the top of the sky, where I wait and hope for the sun to set, for the moon to rise. I am wind. Daytime, Ashton, 9. I am daytime, high noon. I live in the sun's flames. I dance and sing all day. I never hide. I let my light flow through the earth with love and peace. I wear a bright yellow sundress, a tie-dye shawl, and a wide-brimmed sun hat. I have wings bigger than the world. Nights, Lila, 11. I am night, 12, midnight. You might think that night has no color, but the sky is deep navy. The oceans shine silver in the glow of moon. And if you look closely, you might just see me, hair as dark as obsidian, skin as silver as the glistening stars, dress flowing in the cool night breeze. I like to pay visits to the moon. She often gets lonely. And if you're lucky, you might just catch me. You might think the night is silent, but you are mistaken. Owls hoop, crickets chirp, and of course there's me. I like to sing to the shining stars in the cool night breeze, although you might miss me, for I am night, elusive and mysterious. Personification. If we can shapeshift our human form to become anything we want, then we can also make things humans that are not. This is called personification, or giving human characteristics to something non-human. For example, working with shapeshift categories, we can take an element, the weather, day or night, or a feeling and turn it into a person. I love personification, and so do my students. It gives rise to playful poems that allows us to express parts of ourselves we often keep quiet. Imagine fire as an angry woman flashing through town in her red velvet dress, sparks flying as she speaks her mind. Imagine Rain going for a walk and feeling so exhilarated she twirls until she's dizzy and falls down laughing. Imagine Joy screaming down the street on his new yellow skateboard, leaving a trail of sunny graffiti wherever he goes. Invitation. Refer again to the shapeshift categories, elements, weather, day and night, or feelings, and choose one to personify. Taking something non-human and making it human. Have fun with this. Try choosing one that could allow you to express parts of yourself you usually keep hidden. Just right. With your choice in mind, begin to envision it as a person. What would fire, water, earth, or air look like if it were a person? What would snow wear? How does rain speak? How does nighttime move? Where does sadness live? Who are Joy's friends and enemies? For more ideas, refer again to the shapeshift questions. Write from different points of view, first, second, or third person. Personification is a great opportunity to experiment with writing from different perspectives. You can write in the first person, the I, we perspective, the second person, the you perspective, or the third person, the he, she, it, they perspective. If you usually write in first person, try writing in second or third. If you usually write in second or third person, try shape-shifting and writing in first. Becoming the element, whether day and night, or feeling. Choose whichever one gives you greater access to your ideas and feelings. Examples: Earth, Riva, 16. Earth rolls into town like she owns the place. Dark skin and curvy, wearing nothing but a leather mini dress. Her bare feet caked in mud, sunlight braids her hazelnut hair, which dances down to her waist. She gathers the wind in her calloused hands, fills her pockets with seeds that shine, smiles like she's got a secret, kneels down to the ground, sings a song of thanks, presses her fingers into the soil, throws her head back laughing as she's swallowed up and turned into compost. Fire, Daniel, 18. Fire is quiet, or it can roar. Maybe fire doesn't mean to destroy everything it touches, but it does. Fire goes wherever it can, even when it's not wanted. It dances in the air, and it needs air to exist. Fire isn't scared of dying. It lives knowing its death will come at any moment. Fire looks like it wouldn't know how to control itself, but over time it learns when to cause chaos and when to be calm and easy, like slow dancing. Even though fire destroys everything it touches, it learns how to be gentle with what it loves, so it can savor the moment, and appreciate what it loves just a little bit longer. Fire lives knowing that what it loves will eventually be no more, and will never exist again for the rest of fire's existence, once it has been destroyed. Wildfire, Ava, 13. She moves fast. She's combust. She snags shreds of earth and air on her sharp nails. She licks flames from her fingertips. Swift like a lion, chasing its prey across the savannah, she is ruthless, young and old, all at once. She devours everything in her path, leaving the edges burnt and ragged. When she's had her fill and quenched her hunger, she slinks away, licking her chops. Only a smattering of ash remains. Clean white freckles dusting her fur. Think she gives nothing? Take a closer look at the smoking trail her footprints left behind. Her crimson poppies spring up in her wake. She'll give you peace for a price. Anxiety, Clarissa, 17. He lives in the darkest corner of my brain, next to his very best friend, fear. He wears a black hoodie and red socks. Wherever I go, he follows. He makes me quiet. When he's around, I feel like a lost child. He keeps me up all night. In the morning, when he's gone, I'm at peace. Sadness, June, 15. Sadness wears his grandfather's gray wool sweater, with elbow patches worn threadbare. He goes for a long walk through town at 4 a.m. on Christmas Eve, the lights humming against a dark sky. He listens to the sound of sleeping. He puts his hand in his pocket, searching for warmth, pulls out a note, folded in yellow with age. It's from his sister, Understanding. It says, "Dear brother, I remember when you were just a little boy, running around in the backyard, chasing fireflies." Chapter 10. Body Language. I sing the body electric. Walt Whiteman, Leaves of Grass. Our bodies are miracles, self-regulating, self-healing biomachines, instruments tuning us to the world through our senses, biovehicles that walk, run, swim, dance, sit, work, sleep, eat, poop, touch, cuddle, and more. We can hurt, bruise, and break our bodies, and, astonishingly, they repair themselves. They get sick and get healthy again. They grow and age, and eventually they die. Understandably, we identify with our bodies. They are our biohomes. The way we feel about our bodies is written all over us. You can tell a lot about someone by the way they carry themselves. Are they guarded or open? Do they meet your eyes or not? Do they hunch their shoulders or stand tall? Do they hide or reveal themselves with their clothing? Despite the gift of our bodies, we waste a lot of energy judging them. How do we measure up? How do our bodies compare to other people's bodies? Are we thin enough? Strong enough? Are we too tall or too short? Are we beautiful or good looking enough? There is so much pressure in our culture to be thin, fit, and beautiful. How can we possibly make the cut and fit in without making ourselves crazy and possibly unhealthy? Can we find a way to accept and be grateful for our amazing bodies? In this section, I invite you to explore and write about your body, starting with your hands, skin, and belly, and moving into more sensitive areas. You have an opportunity to express your true feelings about your insecurities, gripes, prides, and pleasures about your body. We often feel shame about our bodies, and this makes us shut down to the beautiful gift they are. It helps to write down the bad feelings or say them out loud. It's liberating and healing to express our true feelings about our bodies. Let's dispel the societal myth about what makes our bodies beautiful or not by finding our own reasons for beauty, based on how we feel rather than on how we look. And finally, let's move into loving and accepting our bodies. Try looking and feeling from the inside out rather than from the outside in. Try imagining how you would relate to your body if you'd never seen another body to compare yourself to. Try imagining that you've never looked in a mirror, and your experience of your body is based solely on inhabiting it. You will have your body your whole life. I encourage you to love, celebrate, and care for the miracle of your beautiful body. Hands. Hands connect us to the world. They are an extension of our hearts. They open and close around what we keep and what we give. With our opposable thumbs, our hands are amazingly inarticulated tools that enable us to create and make anything we can imagine. We perform intricate tasks, build houses, make art, feed and clean ourselves, hold a baby, emphasize a point in a conversation, type, touch, pick things up, play an instrument, throw a ball. Hands, like people, come in all shapes and sizes. What do you do with your hands? Invitation. Take some time to study hands, yours or someone else's. Consider everything you do with your hands. Can you imagine not having hands? Ever injured one of your hands, where you could only use the other one for a period of time? I have. Try using your non-dominant hand for a whole day to write or draw, or even brush your teeth. Just write. Write about hands. What are all the things you do with your hands? Write about the images, feelings, and associations that come to you when you think about your hands, and everything you do with them all day long. For even more fun, ask yourself a question and write the answer with your non-dominant hand. Examples. Hands. Janaea, 15. Hands. You creatures, you long-fingered friends, searching out every notch to touch and taste with fingertips. You whisper songs on my body in the morning. You yawn and stretch, curl back to sleep more. But by midday, you found your voice. You speak out loud, gesticulating. Clap, snap, point, shake when you don't get your way. You don't believe a word I say until you touch it. Reach for your friend, take her hands in yours. An intimate meeting. Like two people, the hands, doorways. Keys into the temple of another person. I've felt you close in a fist, splay open in wonder. At your best, an invitation. You ask, for more or less. I've seen you end it with one quick sideways swipe, universally recognized as no. Stop. Enough. You are so quick to cover my mouth, hide my face, my laughter, my tears. What to do with you when I speak in front of people? How to get you to sit quiet in my lap. Yes, you fidget, you pick, you climb into my mouth, my hands, curious, skilled, my constant companions, my pets. Wave hello, wave goodbye. Jacob, 16. Speak under the table, in sign language, where no one can hear. Spell letters on your palm. Seek out places that are good to hide, good to feel. Rings of silver, rings of gold. Gypsy friends' fingers flying on a dark guitar. Half moon anchored, a nail bed boats sail home alone after a night of shining. A warm hand takes mine. A secret is passed in braille, but gone too soon. Wave hello, wave goodbye. Skin. Our skin is the boundary between us and the world. Many expressions in our language refer to skin, being comfortable in our own skin, someone or something getting under our skin, something making our skin crawl, rubbing us the wrong way. Certain emotions affect our skin by giving us chills or goosebumps. Skin can be scratched, bruised, cut, or burned, but is very resilient. It regenerates, and most of us have few scars from when it was wounded and healed over. As we age, our skin loses elasticity, and our face becomes the wrinkled road map of our lives. Our skin tells the story of our journeys and scars, stretch marks, acne, tattoos, wrinkles. What stories and poems are written on your skin? Invitation. Think about your skin, yours or someone else's. What do you notice, without judgment? Be open to the stories and poems of someone's skin. Just right. Tell the story about something that has left its mark on your skin. Do you have a scar from an accident or surgery? Do you have stretch marks from when you were growing or when you had a baby? Do you have a tattoo? Example: hummingbird. Eliza, 17. They called me one when I was a little girl. I, who was always flittering around, light as a feather, determined as a bee. My eyes iridescent, my cheeks flushed. Never could sit still, always dancing off to the next sip of sweetness. So when I went off to art school, and all my friends were decorating their skin with ink, I wanted one on my left shoulder so I could look back and remember. I didn't know it would hurt. The tiny wings, the red throat, the sound and breeze as they hovered for one infinitesimal moment with pointed beak. Supping up the midday mead, the circles they made in the air, chasing each other, drunk on a sunny day, above the pear tree. I wanted that kind of love. Belly. You might not think so at first, but our belly is a place of power and wisdom. Our center of gravity is in our belly. In Chinese medicine and martial arts, the source of all our energy is located in our belly, about 2 inches below the navel. Western science says our belly is our second brain, and it's connected with as many neural pathways as the brain in our skull. We say we have butterflies in our stomach, a knot in our belly. We say, quit your belly aching. Trust your gut. Does your stomach clench or relax in response to how you feel? Do you starve yourself or overeat in relation to your mood? Are you proud of your muscular six-pack and the sit-ups you do every morning? Or do you wear a loose shirt to hide the bulge? A vulnerable and possibly erotic place, our bellies. How about the terrain of our navels, where we were attached by umbilical cord to our mother's womb, like a piece of fruit attached to a tree? How do you feel about your belly? Are you in touch with the power and brain of your gut? Try some belly love. Put your hands on your belly and taking belly breaths. Breathe in and out, letting your belly make contact with your hands. Filling your hands on your in-breath. Say hello to your belly with your hands. Listen to your belly through your hands. What does it tell you? Thank your belly. Love your belly. Listen to the wisdom of your belly. Invitation. Think about your relationship with your belly. Do you tend to stuff down challenging emotions such as anger or sadness and hold them in your belly? Do you trust your gut? Just right. Write about your belly. Express all the positive and negative feelings and emotions you experience in your belly. Go for it. Have fun with this one. There's usually a lot of feelings and images to work with here. Example: my belly, positive and negative. Anais 12. Negative: rotting bad food. Positive: positive is eating up all negativity. Negative: closing in and out with my nervousness. Positive: dancing its feelings out. Negative: not being able to eat sugar, grains, or dairy. Positive: why I am small. Negative: cramps grow stronger and stronger by the second. Positive: what a gift to be alive. Negative: my bloated stomach is as large as rainbow lollipop. Positive: my stomach is as oval as a lychee fruit. Negative: screaming, I am hungry, when I'm not. Positive: I have so many friends like colon, liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Negative: no negativity. Positive: please more positivity. Negative: but what can I say? There has to be a little negativity. Positive: stay in the moment and stay positive. Body language. We spend a lot of time telling ourselves how to think and feel about our bodies. But what if we allowed our bodies to speak to us? What stories would they tell? Invitation. If we allowed our bodies to speak to us, what would it say? Does some part of your body have something to tell you? A message, a question, a rant, a pearl of wisdom. Let your body speak. What story does it want to tell? Just right. Close your eyes and listen to your body. Does a certain part of your body call your attention? Allow this part to speak. Write down anything and everything it has to say. What does it want you to know? Allow your body to tell you its story. Example: lips. Gillian, 18. Lips, you succulent little fruits, you tender little creatures. Two crescent moons meeting in the middle for a midnight kiss, wiggling and waggling the whole day long. Puffed out and pouty, taut and angry, pursed, pissed, and pushy, demanding, persistent, spitting and spatty, won't take no for an answer, won't let you get a word in edgewise, or soft and open, wishing, wanting, asking, smiling with joy, smiling with anticipation, smiling like a little devil, chewing and cooing, nibbling and nitpicking, smacking and smooching, humming and singing out loud, or, yelling. Then, silent and withdraw. A dam holding back a river of fury, gates locked, closed for business. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out. Retreat into a silence, louder than words. Body love poems. Embrace and love your body. It's the most amazing thing you'll ever own. Anonymous. Invitation. Now it's the time to celebrate your body. Consider your favorite part of your body. What do you love about it? Describe the way it looks, moves, feels, and functions. What is your relationship with this part of your body? Be honest, sassy, bold, silly, seductive. Just right. Write a love poem to your favorite body part. Describe it, celebrate it. Example. What my tongue has seen. Violet, 11. My tongue had seen the inside of calamari, which my eyes have not. If she's lucky, she's seen the tip of my nose. She knows what the backs of my teeth look like. I'm pretty sure only my dentist knows what's back there. She's seen everything I've eaten, and the jelly bean I spit out. My tongue gives me information on whether that candy is sweet or sour. My tongue has only glimpses of a mirror. She thinks she's enormous. She dreams of closing her senses to that gross, chewed-up food, and focusing instead on the cheering of her taste buds. Of all the body parts, the tongue is the only one who knows taste. But she can also feel and twist and see with her one flabby finger. My tongue has played dress-up with ice cream. She has danced with gum. Her gymnastic skills are divine, but she's envious of anteaters. My tongue helps tell stories and jokes. She's seen poems and presentations. She knows what it is to be heard. Dig deeper. Now it is time to write a poem to a part of your body you judge, criticize, ignore, feel shame about, don't ever talk about, or simply have never considered or celebrated, such as, but not limited to, your hair, hips, thighs, calves, feet, toes, back, arms, chest, breasts, booty, genitals. Be willing to not know what you're going to write until you write it. It's your choice whether to share this poem or keep it to yourself. Get artsy. Get a roll of recycled art paper or tape together a bunch of paper bags and have a friend trace your body. The tracing doesn't need to be perfect, just a rough outline of your body. Write your body poems inside and outside the outline of your body. Write love poems to your body. Write from the different voices of your body. Parts. Do you see a theme emerging? Use colored markers, draw and decorate, color yourself. Beautiful, wise, wonderful, weird. Have a blast. 3 secrets of sex. Our teen years are usually when our sexuality begins to bloom. We are bubbling with hormones, sexual feelings, and a new curiosity about others. And it can be both exciting and confusing. It sure was for me. It can feel like we're entering uncharted wilderness, and in a sense, we are. How do we reconcile our instinct in our intellect? How do we make wise choices? Where and to whom do we turn for guidance to help us navigate our way? We can easily get lost and hurt in the sexual wilderness, or we can learn to trust ourselves, track our choices, be true to ourselves, communicate clearly and openly, and make sex and sexual feelings a healthy and fulfilling part of our lives. Some people are born knowing exactly who they are and what they want sexually, while others need time to explore and experiment. Your way is the right way. Your sexual orientation, gender, identity, and relationship style are your choice. What matters is that you are in integrity with yourself and others. Voice consent and safe sex practices are essential on the part of everyone involved. As we mature, sex becomes integral to our lives and our relationships. And yet there is this nonverbal agreement that we don't discuss it. It is, after all, how we all got here. When my parents told me about the birds and the bees, they basically boiled it down to, this is how we make babies. They never mentioned that it feels good or that I might like it, or that the experience could bring me into a deeper connection with myself and my partner. My mother never even talked to me about my clitoris. That's like telling me how to make ice cream but not mentioning that it's delicious. How is this possible? I believe our capacity for wise choices, greater fulfillment, and wholeness as human beings necessitates open discussion about sex. Whether within the privacy of our poetry and our intimate relationships, or in the larger context of our communities. I will share a few secrets that I've learned over the years. Take what works for you, ditch what doesn't, and do your own safe and healthy research to learn what's true for you. The first secret to sex is being true to yourself. Be yourself and be true to who you are. Listen to your body, mind, and heart. You're the only one who knows what is true for you. Trust yourself. If you don't, keep learning until you do. Be careful not to change yourself into what someone else wants. You'll come up unfulfilled. Don't comfort or contort in order to fit in and be accepted. You'll never be happy this way. Find out who you are and accept yourself. Loving yourself, being true to yourself, is the deepest sense of belonging there is. This is your power. Use it. The second secret to sex is communication. Talking clearly and openly about sex with your partners can create a whole world of trust, intimacy, and fulfillment. There is plenty to discover, experience, and share sexually. Be curious. Ask questions. Practice deep listening. Speak up for yourself. Sex is a shared exploration in which anything goes, as long as you and your partners are in consent. Yes is a spectrum, with many shades of what is permissible, to be determined by each person and each new experience, and no is a complete sentence that needs to be respected. The third secret to sex is beginner's mind. In Zen, the term beginner's mind refers to approaching something with fresh eyes, experiencing something as though for the first time. So rather than buying into conditioned models of sexuality, we can tune into our own felt experience, taking our cues from inside rather than from outside ourselves, and allowing our beautiful, free, sensual bodies to respond naturally. Approaching sexual connection with this kind of openness invites us to feel, discover, express, and share ourselves fully in our own way. In doing so, we make ourselves at home in the wilderness of our sexuality. The passion, electricity, and nourishment we feel when our sexual energy is flowing can become a potent elixir that feeds our life forces, fueling and turning us into greater depths of aliveness and connection with ourselves and our partners. If you are currently being sexually abused in any way, or if you have at any time in the past, please get help and support. You are not alone. There are effective therapeutic tools available that address and unwind sexual trauma, returning people to wholeness. If you are struggling with gender identity or sexual orientation, please get support. It's important to your survival and well-being. Invitation. Think about your relationship with sex, your sexuality, your gender identity. How or from whom did you learn about sex? Whether you're new to sex or more experienced, call to mind your best and worst sexual experience. What made them good or bad, and why? What did you learn from them? What would you like to do differently next time? Are you able to talk about sex with your partners? Do you feel empowered sexually, as in knowing what you want and being able to ask for? Do you have any concerns or fantasies you'd like to explore in your writing? Just write. Write about your relationship with sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. What is your experience of gender? What is your experience of sex? What does sex feel like for you? Write about what you like or don't like about sex. Write about a good or bad sexual experience. What are your sexual concerns, desires, fantasies? With respect to healthy boundaries, it's your choice whether or not to share your sexual poetry, and with whom. Do what's right for you. Examples: we, Lorelli, 19. Your hands, your body, your lips, your breath, your voice, on me, in me, with me. Lush, velvet, rapture. You inside, me inside, you. Know me, know you, we. The divine on which we flower. He, she, they. Taylor, 16. I am not to be confined or defined or refined or assigned. I want the biggest container I can find with secret passageways, hidden doors, magic gardens that lead to new adventures each time I journey there. I don't want to be squeezed into a jar that determines my shape. I don't want a lid screwed down or tampered into place. I'd rather be a girl than a boy. As a girl, I have so much more space for self-expression, moods up and down, color and creativity, giggling with girlfriends, and no man's land. But I'd rather be a boy than a girl. If I'm a boy, other people don't expect me to live up to their expectations of beauty and politeness. I am my own authority. I say whatever I want. I make my own choices. I make my own mistakes. I choose my own success. So I choose neither and both. I choose to be a living, breathing human being, where all my colors flow high and low, where there are no limits on how I explore, express, speak, walk, dance, love, dress. I am okay being a mystery. Chapter 11. Message in a Bottle. Songs for me are like a message in a bottle. You send them out to the world, and maybe the person you feel that way about it will hear about it someday. Taylor Swift. Interview for the Daily Beast. Inspirational messages can come to us in many forms, from out in the world and from within our own imagination and inner wisdom. If we pay attention to the clues, we get the perfect message we need at the perfect moment. One time I was having a rough morning. I was running late, and then I got caught in traffic. I was very stressed when suddenly I looked up and the license plate on the car in front of me said, "Love Now." I laughed and switched right out of my bad mood. The message reminded me to be here in the moment and make the best of it. Every time I go camping, the dragonflies always lead me to the best spot. So whenever I arrive at an appointment or meeting and I see a picture of a dragonfly, I know I'm in the right place. It's fun to develop a relationship with the part of our mind that is open to receiving helpful messages. Do people really send messages in bottles? I've always loved the idea of message in a bottle. Have you ever found or sent one? Once on a lark, I corked a few bottles with my poems inside, included my address, and asked if found to return to me with a note. I released the bottles into the San Francisco Bay. As of yet, I have not received any return notes. Invitation. Choose whether to write or receive a message in a bottle. Try both. Just write. If you write a message, what does it say? Is it for anyone in particular? If you receive a message, what does it say? Who is it from? What does it mean for you? Where did you find it? What does the bottle look like? Describe the note. What kind of paper is written on? Is it handwritten or typed? If handwritten, describe the handwriting. Example: message in a bottle. Libby, 19. An old banged-up bottle washes up at my feet as I walk with my head down along the sandy shore. It's corked, and I pick it up. A slight flutter inside, a tarnished scroll, black scribble. I look around. Is anyone watching? I pry the cork out in pieces. A musty odor escapes. Scrawled in thick letters from a fountain pen. Trembling, I read, I have been waiting for you my whole life. Me? I look around again to see if anyone's watching, not quite sure what to do. I stuff the slip of paper back into the bottle and toss the bottle back into the surf. Journal scrap. As I mentioned in Chapter 1, I once lugged around a box of about 80 old journals for 20 years. I couldn't make myself read them, but I couldn't let go of them either. Part of me hoped that someday after I was dead, someone would find them and read them, and know me better. But eventually, it was more important that I read them to know myself. Reading back through my journals helped me to integrate claim and make peace with my past. After I read them all, I took them to the dump. But what if someone had found them, and what if, while they were reading through one, a scrap of paper fell out with a note or poem about the very person who was reading the journal? Invitation. Imagine that your parent, grandparent, other family member, or friend has gone away or died, and that you're reading through their journal. A scrap of paper falls out onto the floor, and you pick it up and see that it's a note or poem written about you. Just right. Write about what you find written on the scrap of paper. Whose journal is it from? What was your relationship with this person? What does the message mean for you? Example. Who said so? Alyssa, 14. Who said so? Those who believe on the surface they are right. Deep down, they are wrong. Rules began from someone else's belief, and now we must follow them. But in nature, there are no rules. The rings of the trees' hearts are fully their own. The true blue infinite sky showers the ocean with tears, and shimmers the ruffled waves to a beat, winding and spinning like a trail unjourneyed. Each constellation, a composition, a masterpiece strung together, a dusting of stars. There, who says so? The emerald of the trees who root us down, the trickle of the tiny stream, a blazing fire inside, the dream to reach the base of the mountain they have explored. The natural glow to go where the path doesn't lead, to swim off with the tide away from the tide, to sail into the waves with the wind in my face. I am free and only my own, I say so. Fortune flower. Imagine a magic flower that blooms at once every 5 years. It is blooming today, in a nature area near you. You walk to the spot with your best friend and see the flower opening its petals. You hold out your hand as one of the petals falls into your open palm. It's smooth as satin, and it smells like honey. You notice the message written on the petal, just one line, like a fortune from a cookie, a song lyric, or a line from a poem. The message is exactly what you needed to hear at this moment. Invitation. Read the message on the petal. It was written just for you. You're about to show your friend when the petal dissolves in your hand. Just right. What did your fortune say? What does it mean for you? Examples. You are not delicate. Michaela, 10. You are not delicate. You are the moonlight of unique iridescence. You are nothing but love drifting away on a summer day. You are like a rough teddy bear nobody wants to cuddle. You are a dog that got lost in the river and then got found by a loving one. You are a beautiful monster who drifted off to sleep like a baby. You are a bucket of sequins shining bright. You are a screw whirling in the wind like a butterfly nobody wants to tame. You are my sunshine. I see you through a mirror not knowing where you are. You are a bunch of carrots getting sold, getting transferred, home by home, mouth by mouth. You are safe by my side like a precious diamond shining bright. You are not delicate. A Flower's Journey. Tess, 11. Where does the sun go when she cries? A joyous tear falls from the sky. Startled from the fall, She plunges deep into the damp soil. Sprouting up, she lets the sweet aroma of the earth consume her. She resembles a mini sun, shining so radiantly she illuminates all she touches. She looks up and sees a towering maple tree, and she wonders what it would feel like to be so tall. The thought blows her away to a clearing deep in the woods, where she is inspired to grow even higher. But days later she withers, leaving nothing but a pile of dirt behind her, a gift for the earth. A week later I find her grave with this message: beauty never fully leaves your soul. Tattoos. My body is my journal, and my tattoos are my story. Johnny Depp. So many people have tattoos these days. Getting one has almost become a rite of passage. The other day I heard someone say, "I think I'll be a rebel and not get a tattoo." If anyone had told me how much it would hurt, I may not have done it. But I understand now that the pain is part of the ritual. When I was 30, I got a tattoo of an Art Nouveau dragonfly whose wings span my whole upper back. Its tail is a cicada, the ancient Greek or Roman symbol for healing. There is a lot of symbolism in the dragonfly for me. Insects are survivors who constantly adapt. Dragonflies are the highest and fastest flying insects, and many of them live for only 24 hours. In certain Native American mythologies, the dragonfly dispels illusions. Lately, I've noticed that a lot of people are getting words, phrases, and mantras tattooed on their bodies to remind them of what's important. If I got one now, it would simply say, "Love now." Invitation. Imagine you wake up in the morning to find a message tattooed on your forearm, a message that affirms your life in a positive way. Just right. What does the tattoo say? What is the meaning of the message for you? How did it get there? What color is it? What language is it? What font is it written in? Does it appear all at once or in stages? How do you apply the message of the tattoo to your life? Example. My tattoo. Alex, 17. I wake up early on Sunday morning to find peacock blue letters in a scrolling font winding around my right arm like a snake. I try to catch it by the tail, but it keeps moving. It's alive, writhing and writing itself as I watch. It says, "Say yes, say yes," over and over along the length of my arm. When it jumps, winding around my left arm, it says, "Say no, over and over. I laugh to myself. This will be a hit in my martial arts class. When I punch, say yes, say yes. When I block, say no, say no. I cross my arms over my chest, watching the snake of letters intertwine, knowing both these phrases are equally important. Chapter 12. No Trespassing. I sat with my anger long enough until she told me her real name was grief. Isaac Rowe. I love anger. In this culture, we are taught early on that certain feelings are okay and others are not. Boys don't cry. Girls don't express anger. Shame is something we never talk about. Stuff your guilt. Only wimps are afraid. You're a bad person if you feel desire. If you're sad or depressed, get over it. This kind of thinking cuts us off from knowing what we really feel and from experiencing the range of emotions that make us whole and human. Our feelings are a rich resource. They make us who we are and give us important information about what's happening in our lives. But so many of us are taught to push our feelings away, hide and stuff them inside, until they explode in some way that is harmful to ourselves and others. In my family, depression was allowed, but anger wasn't. So I spent a lot of my life depressed. I had a therapist who told me depression is hurt turned inward on ourselves, and anger is hurt turned outward on the world. When I first learned how to be angry, it felt like an accomplishment. I celebrated my anger. It felt healthy to stop turning it into depression and powerlessness, and instead to address what I was feeling. I found that my hurt and anger usually come from a need not being met. If I can get to the core of the need, I can address it and ask for what I need. Let's take our hidden and stuffed feelings out and give them a place to speak and be heard. They are our allies. They have wisdom to offer us. You'll be amazed at how much more energy you have when you get in touch with what you really feel, want, and need. Writing helps us metabolize what we keep inside, feeding us with information we need to grow. Invitation. Think about which emotions you've been told are acceptable and which ones you're told are not. Look inside yourself and see if there are certain feelings you do and do not allow yourself. How would it feel to give yourself permission to experience all your feelings, especially the ones you push away or block? The most common feelings we run from are shame, guilt, fear, anger, grief, and desire. Are there any others for you? Perhaps you even pushed away your joy. Let's look inside. Just right. One at a time, touch into each of these feelings: shame, guilt, fear, anger, grief, and desire. How easy or difficult is it for you to access these feelings? Which do you allow or block in yourself? Are there other feelings you've been taught are wrong? Sadness, perhaps. Spend some time with each feeling. Sit with it. Give it your attention. Listen to it. Allow it to have a voice, shape, texture, temperature, or color. Write from the voice or sensation of each feeling. What does it want or need to say? Is there anything it wants you to hear and know? How does it feel to allow these feelings to be alive in you? Examples: shame, Kara, 17. I like boys, I like girls. I didn't know you weren't supposed to. I didn't know I'd show up at school to see my name painted next to the word slut in big red letters on the gym wall. Guilt, Melissa, 15. I wanted it, so I took it. No, it wasn't mine, but I didn't care. I just wanted it. It was so pretty, bright and silver, with a big turquoise stone staring out at me like a peacock's eye. I've had so many of my own belongings stolen: money, clothing, even boyfriends. Why can't I steal too? Because every time I look at that bracelet, my stomach flips and flops. My hands and feet go tingly and numb. I feel like I'm going to pass out. I can't even wear it now. Fear, Ahara, 15. Piano blares through the empty silence. Cluttered notes surround the darkness, enclosing it in chaotic harmony. How can chaos be so beautiful? Just breathe, they say. But a breath can never change this pounding ache. A breath can never change this deep resonating within my bones, encasing my fractured mind in a buzzing sensation. Is this what they call fear? It doesn't show its face often. Somehow it's ashamed of all it can do. But it shouldn't be ashamed. Fear is a risk by itself, defying everything, just to make its way to us. Fear is wild, but it's true. Why is that we fear fear? Before I make a choice, I always have a moment of doubt, a glimpse of fear, a slight bitterness that leaves me with a rough taste in my mouth, like I've rubbed a rusty nail on my tongue. Enough times for its residue to sit there and breathe. Maybe fear fears itself too. Hollow space, Ava, 14. Anger, like bite your tongue, bloody, grit your teeth, and grin scarier than a frown. Wet and soft until you've wadded in neck deep and it closes in. Stubborn, sharp, disoriented notes, too far apart. Anger so small and pointy, and then you see its shadow envelop you. Fear, like hair raising on your neck, sweat, cold, and shiver, chilling your body. Hands clasping over crevice, rocky bottom shrouded in clouds, bits broken as fragile and brittle as you. Not the sound of the scream, but the silence after. Fear burrowing into your ear to whisper doubts you know too well. Guilt like dry lips, opening uneven, chapped, and closing into a seal of skin. Crow pecking for shiny sweet fragments of memory to devour, spit out, make unclean. Turning the quiet louder than the noise. Down you in a sea of voice, squawking in regret. Guilt behind you like a ghost, embracing you in empty depth. Rant and rave. Poetry is a political act because it involves telling the truth. June Jordan, interview in color lines. I bet you've got something you'd be willing to stand up and fight for or against. Some social or personal issue you feel strongly about. When we rant and rave, we talk loudly, forcefully, or wildly, with rage, passion, or humor about someone or something we have strong feelings or opinions about. It feels good and healthy to vent, to get something off your chest, fight for a cause you believe in, speak out about something you feel is right or wrong. I had a friend who used to trail run, and when no one was around, he'd yell out loud about all the things that were bothering him, to get them out of his system. He always came back glowing. I had another friend who yelled her anger into the ocean, where no one could hear. She said it felt good to release it from her body. We can do this on paper too. Invitation. Think about an issue or cause you have strong feelings or opinions about. Something you're willing to fight for or against. Think in terms of personal, social, political, and global issues such as, but not limited to, abortion, addiction, affordable housing, ageism, animal rights, artistic freedom, birth control, bullying, capital punishment, cheating, child and social services, climate crisis, creative expression, conservation, corruption, crime, disability rights, discrimination, drugs, environmental issues, education, equal pay, equal rights, enthusiasm, freedom of speech, gun control, homelessness, immigrant rights, incarceration and rehabilitation, LGBTQ rights, lying, medical care, physical abuse and fighting, poaching, recycling, religion, sexual harassment, sex trafficking, slavery, teen pregnancy, teen suicide, theft, world hunger. Just right. Write a rant against or a rave for an issue you feel strongly about. Have fun with this. Say everything you've ever wanted to say about this topic. Now's your chance. Rant and rave poems are great to do with a group. They make for strong and lively spoken word poems. After you write, read your pieces out loud with conviction. Notice how you feel. Example: Rehabilitation versus incarceration. Daniel, 18. Being locked up is a punishment in itself. You miss birthdays and holidays. You don't get to see anyone you care about. You miss out on seeing your siblings grow. All your relationships fall apart. Why not focus on helping incarcerated people to better themselves? Teach us how to have a better life when we're released. Teach us skills we can use in the outside world. Help us stay out of trouble. Most of the times we're just learning how to cope with our emotions, so we won't be so impulsive. But no one really expects us to be able to get a job with a criminal record. Then they wonder why we turn back to crime for money. Teach me a trade. Teach me to be a carpenter, plumber, welder, or electrician. Teach me something I can do to make a living when I'm released, so I don't have to return to a life of crime. Burn, baby, burn. We all have our secrets. To withhold words is power, but to share our words with others openly and honestly is also power. Terry Tempest Williams, When Women Were Birds. There are poems we write that we never want anyone to read, but it sure feels good to finally write them down and give voice to the secrets we hold inside. Getting honest with ourselves is a form of freedom. Honesty is the lightning in the storm. What we bring to light eventually frees us. It's what we hold inside that consumes us and splits us off from ourselves and others. Here's a chance to write what you've been holding inside. I find that writing down secrets transforms the shame, guilt, or negativity into acceptance. Give it a try. Dig deep. Say the things in this poem that you've never told anyone, the things you can't bear to let others know about you, the secret you guard with your life. You get to choose whether to keep or burn your poems. Invitation. Read through the statements below and choose one or two that feel scary. These are the poems you need to write about. Remember, you can burn your poems. Just write. Write about one or two of the statements below that makes your heart beat a little faster, makes you hold your breath, make you sweat or swallow hard. After you've written your poem, read it to yourself, then choose whether to keep it or burn it. Burn, baby, burn statements. The worst thing I ever did was, the most embarrassing moment of my life was, once I stole, I'm afraid of. What I really want to say to my partners, my parents, or to whomever is, I find it hard to talk about. The thing that really upsets me about this person is, the secret I've never told anyone is, I'm jealous of. I think I might be crazy because I have a huge crush on my first kiss, my first sexual experience, my best sexual experience, my worst sexual experience. There are no example poems. We burned them all. Chapter 12. No Trespassing. I sat with my anger long enough until she told me her real name was grief. Isaac Rowe. I love anger. In this culture, we are taught early on that certain feelings are okay and others are not. Boys don't cry. Girls don't express anger. Shame is something we never talk about. Stuff your guilt. Only wimps are afraid. You're a bad person if you feel desire. If you're sad or depressed, get over it. This kind of thinking cuts us off from knowing what we really feel and from experiencing the range of emotions that make us whole and human. Our feelings are a rich resource. They make us who we are and give us important information about what's happening in our lives. But so many of us are taught to push our feelings away, hide and stuff them inside, until they explode in some way that is harmful to ourselves and others. In my family, depression was allowed, but anger wasn't. So I spent a lot of my life depressed. I had a therapist who told me depression is hurt turned inward on ourselves, and anger is hurt turned outward on the world. When I first learned how to be angry, it felt like an accomplishment. I celebrated my anger. It felt healthy to stop turning it into depression and powerlessness, and instead to address what I was feeling. I found that my hurt and anger usually come from a need not being met. If I can get to the core of the need, I can address it and ask for what I need. Let's take our hidden and stuffed feelings out and give them a place to speak and be heard. They are our allies. They have wisdom to offer us. You'll be amazed at how much more energy you have when you get in touch with what you really feel, want, and need. Writing helps us metabolize what we keep inside, feeding us with information we need to grow. Invitation. Think about which emotions you've been told are acceptable and which ones you're told are not. Look inside yourself and see if there are certain feelings you do and do not allow yourself. How would it feel to give yourself permission to experience all your feelings, especially the ones you push away or block? The most common feelings we run from are shame, guilt, fear, anger, grief, and desire. Are there any others for you? Perhaps you even pushed away your joy. Let's look inside. Just right. One at a time, touch into each of these feelings: shame, guilt, fear, anger, grief, and desire. How easy or difficult is it for you to access these feelings? Which do you allow or block in yourself? Are there other feelings you've been taught are wrong? Sadness, perhaps. Spend some time with each feeling. Sit with it. Give it your attention. Listen to it. Allow it to have a voice, shape, texture, temperature, or color. Write from the voice or sensation of each feeling. What does it want or need to say? Is there anything it wants you to hear and know? How does it feel to allow these feelings to be alive in you? Examples: shame, Kara, 17. I like boys, I like girls. I didn't know you weren't supposed to. I didn't know I'd show up at school to see my name painted next to the word slut in big red letters on the gym wall. Guilt, Melissa, 15. I wanted it, so I took it. No, it wasn't mine, but I didn't care. I just wanted it. It was so pretty, bright and silver, with a big turquoise stone staring out at me like a peacock's eye. I've had so many of my own belongings stolen: money, clothing, even boyfriends. Why can't I steal too? Because every time I look at that bracelet, my stomach flips and flops. My hands and feet go tingly and numb. I feel like I'm going to pass out. I can't even wear it now. Fear, Ahara, 15. Piano blares through the empty silence. Cluttered notes surround the darkness, enclosing it in chaotic harmony. How can chaos be so beautiful? Just breathe, they say. But a breath can never change this pounding ache. A breath can never change this deep resonating within my bones, encasing my fractured mind in a buzzing sensation. Is this what they call fear? It doesn't show its face often. Somehow it's ashamed of all it can do. But it shouldn't be ashamed. Fear is a risk by itself, defying everything, just to make its way to us. Fear is wild, but it's true. Why is that we fear fear? Before I make a choice, I always have a moment of doubt, a glimpse of fear, a slight bitterness that leaves me with a rough taste in my mouth, like I've rubbed a rusty nail on my tongue. Enough times for its residue to sit there and breathe. Maybe fear fears itself too. Hollow space, Ava, 14. Anger, like bite your tongue, bloody, grit your teeth, and grin scarier than a frown. Wet and soft until you've wadded in neck deep and it closes in. Stubborn, sharp, disoriented notes, too far apart. Anger so small and pointy, and then you see its shadow envelop you. Fear, like hair raising on your neck, sweat, cold, and shiver, chilling your body. Hands clasping over crevice, rocky bottom shrouded in clouds, bits broken as fragile and brittle as you. Not the sound of the scream, but the silence after. Fear burrowing into your ear to whisper doubts you know too well. Guilt like dry lips, opening uneven, chapped, and closing into a seal of skin. Crow pecking for shiny sweet fragments of memory to devour, spit out, make unclean. Turning the quiet louder than the noise. Down you in a sea of voice, squawking in regret. Guilt behind you like a ghost, embracing you in empty depths. Rant and rave. Poetry is a political act because it involves telling the truth. June Jordan, interview in color lines. I bet you've got something you'd be willing to stand up and fight for or against. Some social or personal issue you feel strongly about. When we rant and rave, we talk loudly, forcefully, or wildly, with rage, passion, or humor about someone or something we have strong feelings or opinions about. It feels good and healthy to vent, to get something off your chest, fight for a cause you believe in, speak out about something you feel is right or wrong. I had a friend who used to trail run, and when no one was around, he'd yell out loud about all the things that were bothering him, to get them out of his system. He always came back glowing. I had another friend who yelled her anger into the ocean, where no one could hear. She said it felt good to release it from her body. We can do this on paper too. Invitation. Think about an issue or cause you have strong feelings or opinions about. Something you're willing to fight for or against. Think in terms of personal, social, political, and global issues such as, but not limited to, abortion, addiction, affordable housing, ageism, animal rights, artistic freedom, birth control, bullying, capital punishment, cheating, child and social services, climate crisis, creative expression, conservation, corruption, crime, disability rights, discrimination, drugs, environmental issues, education, equal pay, equal rights, enthusiasm, freedom of speech, gun control, homelessness, immigrant rights, incarceration and rehabilitation, LGBTQ rights, lying, medical care, physical abuse and fighting, poaching, recycling, religion, sexual harassment, sex trafficking, slavery, teen pregnancy, teen suicide, theft, world hunger. Just right. Write a rant against or a rave for an issue you feel strongly about. Have fun with this. Say everything you've ever wanted to say about this topic. Now's your chance. Rant and rave poems are great to do with a group. They make for strong and lively spoken word poems. After you write, read your pieces out loud with conviction. Notice how you feel. Example: rehabilitation versus incarceration. Daniel, 18. Being locked up is a punishment in itself. You miss birthdays and holidays. You don't get to see anyone you care about. You miss out on seeing your siblings grow. All your relationships fall apart. Why not focus on helping incarcerated people to better themselves? Teach us how to have a better life when we're released. Teach us skills we can use in the outside world. Help us stay out of trouble. Most of the times we're just learning how to cope with our emotions, so we won't be so impulsive. But no one really expects us to be able to get a job with a criminal record. Then they wonder why we turn back to crime for money. Teach me a trade. Teach me to be a carpenter, plumber, welder, or electrician. Teach me something I can do to make a living when I'm released, so I don't have to return to a life of crime. Burn, baby, burn. We all have our secrets. To withhold words is power, but to share our words with others openly and honestly is also power. Terry Tempest Williams, When Women Were Birds. There are poems we write that we never want anyone to read, but it sure feels good to finally write them down and give voice to the secrets we hold inside. Getting honest with ourselves is a form of freedom. Honesty is the lightning in the storm. What we bring to light eventually frees us. It's what we hold inside that consumes us and splits us off from ourselves and others. Here's a chance to write what you've been holding inside. I find that writing down secrets transforms the shame, guilt, or negativity into acceptance. Give it a try. Dig deep. Say the things in this poem that you've never told anyone, the things you can't bear to let others know about you, the secret you guard with your life. You get to choose whether to keep or burn your poems. Invitation. Read through the statements below and choose one or two that feel scary. These are the poems you need to write about. Remember, you can burn your poems. Just write. Write about one or two of the statements below that makes your heart beat a little faster, makes you hold your breath, make you sweat or swallow hard. After you've written your poem, read it to yourself, then choose whether to keep it or burn it. Burn, baby, burn statements. The worst thing I ever did was, the most embarrassing moment of my life was, once I stole, I'm afraid of. What I really want to say to my partners, my parents, or to whomever is, I find it hard to talk about. The thing that really upsets me about this person is, the secret I've never told anyone is, I'm jealous of. I think I might be crazy because I have a huge crush on my first kiss, my first sexual experience, my best sexual experience, my worst sexual experience. There are no example poems. We burned them all. Chapter 13. Dreamcatcher. At the center of your being, you have the answer. M.J. Ryan, A Grateful Heart. We live in a society where we are taught to seek direction, answers, and a sense of belonging from the world and people outside of ourselves. Mass culture manipulates us into believing we can fill our deeper needs for connection, intimacy, and purpose with material possessions, rather than transformative experiences. Many of us grow up feeling disenchanted, disconnected, disappointed, lost, lonely, empty, and bereft. Often, the pain of these feelings is what finally leads us to seek deeper communication with ourselves in order to find our greater purpose, passion, and peace. Let me introduce you to some of my favorite tools for assessing your own inner wisdom. Spirit animal. I belong to the black cat with fire green eyes, there in the cypress tree near the morning star. Joy Harjo, conflict resolution for holy beings. Some Native Americans believe that we all have spirit animals who act as our guides, protectors, and teachers, whom we call on for strength, wisdom, and companionship. I have participated in Native American ceremonies in which we journey to a drum beat to receive healing and wisdom. The sound of the drum beat creates delta brain wave activity that allows us to access to deeper states of consciousness. Before each journey, we meet and create relationships with our power animals so they can protect and aid us on our journey. You never know which animal is going to show up to help you. You may be surprised. Everyone thinks they want a regal animal like eagle or cheetah, but many animals you wouldn't consider special can offer great power, skill, strategy, and wisdom. Some of my spirit animals are wolf, fox, monkey, snake, owl, and Luna moth. What are yours? Invitation. Meet your spirit animal. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and take a couple of deep breaths. Clear your mind and ask for your spirit animal to reveal itself to you. Whatever animal shows up, be open and say hello, and ask if it is your helper. Wait for an answer. If it says no, or nothing at all, ask it to leave, and then ask again for your spirit animal to come to you. When your spirit animal shows up, you will feel it. Trust what you feel. When you feel a solid connection of support and protection from the animal, thank it and ask what message it has for you. Wait until the message is clear. Messages don't always come in words. Sometimes they come in images, or feelings, or a sense of knowing. Trust whatever message you receive, in whatever form it comes. Ask if you can call on this animal again. You may have more than one spirit animal. Just write. Write about your experience meeting your spirit animal. Review the how to write about your spirit animal list below. What animal came to you? Describe it. How did you know it was your spirit animal? How did it communicate with you? What qualities do you relate to in this animal? What strengths and characteristics does this animal bring that you can learn from? What message or wisdom does it have for you? This animal and its message mean for you. How to write about your spirit animal. My spirit animal looks like, I know this is my spirit animal because I relate to this animal because it connects with me in the way when I'm with this animal, I feel what I learn from this animal is its wisdom, strength, or message for me is. Examples: Panther, Jake, 17. Dark and sleek, you stay close to me like a shadow, sliding along with me in every direction. We move together as one being. I fall asleep against your thick, warm fur and dream of jungles and beautiful women, wildflowers in their hair. Morning rain comes and wakes me. Birds are sing-songing. My limbs ache to run through grass savannas, chasing giraffe and zebras. You teach me how to walk silently, to hunt effortlessly, to take only what I need and leave the rest for others. You mark me with one claw, drawing blood from my shoulder. Now we belong to each other. Now we are family. You travel inside me, and I travel inside you. I look out at the world through your eyes, and the world is alive. Quetzal, Wila, 12. Singing voices of the trees, warm sun reflecting off the water by the falls. Turquoise Quetzal bird floats down to the water's edge. A low tune drifts along the tips of its wings as it hops onto my arm. Every color of the rainbow, it drizzled onto its shimmering feathers. The wispy tail feathers make my skin feel calm and happy as it whispers to me, "Never do what anyone tells you when you know it's wrong." Inner shaman. Among indigenous cultures worldwide, the shaman or wise one is a healer. Shamanism is an ancient healing tradition, a way of living connected with all nature and life. Shamans believe in animism, that everything is alive, and that everything, including objects, has a spirit or energy. Shamans take a holistic view of a person and see them as connected to self, community, nature, and all of life. They believe that if you're sick, a corresponding part in your thoughts, emotions, actions, or relationship is out of balance. They view disease as a disconnection or an imbalance in the weave of the fabric of the web of life. As a dancer and writer, Gabrielle Roth said, "In many shamanic societies, if you come to a medicine person complaining of being disheartened, dispirited, or depressed, they would ask one of 4 questions. When did you stop dancing? When did you stop singing? When did you stop being enchanted by stories? When did you stop being comforted by the sweet territory of silence?" All shamans have suffered a major life event that challenged and changed them, bringing them close to death and giving them access to the spirit world. If they survive, they return to the tribe with the wisdom and power they use to help others. I think all poets are shamans. We write our way through our darkness and disconnection with self and community. And we write our way back, returning with something to share, a map, a remedy, a way of wisdom. Invitation. Meet the shaman or wise one who resides within you and to whom you can go anytime for strength, support, and wisdom. Who is your inner shaman? What would you like to ask them? What questions or issues do you want support with? You may have more than one. You may have a whole team of wise people who you can sit with and counsel. Over many years of my doing shamanic journey work to a drumbeat. I have made contact with a few members of my inner council. One of my shamans is Cypress, an elder who is 130 years old. She is strong and agile. Her eyes are clear and lively, but her face and hands are deeply weathered. She has white hair down to her ankles, and she comes to me in a small rowboat at the edge of the riverbank. She invites me to sit in her boat, and the gentle rocking of the boat relaxes me. She takes my hand, looks into my eyes with compassion and curiosity, and listens as I ask for her help. What should I do next in my life? How do I handle the problem in this relationship? What choices do I make about this or that? She answers with kindness and clarity. Her answers always ring true. After consulting with her, I know what to do. I thank her. Before I leave, she always puts something she has made into my hands. A piece of brightly woven cloth, or a beaded bracelet, a treasure she has found, like an owl feather or a deer antler. In this way, she always comes with me. Close your eyes and take a couple of deep breaths. Clear your mind and ask your inner shaman to come out and meet you. Be curious. Who shows up? When someone appears, check in with what you feel. You should feel safe and supported in their presence. Ask if they are there to help you. If they say yes, thank them, and ask your question. Listen for the answer. It doesn't always come in words. Sometimes it comes in a feeling or an image. Be open and receptive to how your inner shaman communicates with you. Just write. Write about your experience. Who showed up as your inner shaman? Were you surprised? What did they look like? Describe them in detail. What question did you ask? What question did you receive? How did they communicate with you? How do you apply this answer to your life? Example, the wise one, Mercedes, 19. She's tall and lean, a long braid down her back, her skin tanned and taut. Are you my inner guide? No, she says. I am your sister. I will bring you to the wise one. Come. We ride a Bengal tiger up through the clouds to a high mountain top, where a tiny cottage sits nestled in a cave. I walk inside. It's warm and lit by firelight. An old woman sits at a table, pouring tea like she expects me. I sit across from her and she takes my hand. What can I do for you? She asks. Will I ever find true love? Yes, she says, as soon as you fully love yourself. When you love yourself, you are irresistible. I take a deep breath. I know this is true. So how do you feel about yourself? She asks, her eyes bright and playful. Pretty damn good, I say. You should, she says. She presses a small stone into my palm and says, believe in yourself. I feel the stone grow warm and hum. I thank her and turn to go. Who are you? I am you, just older, she says, and you are me, just younger. She winks at me, and I leave feeling strong and confident. Dreamcatcher. In dreams, we enter a world that is entirely our own. Albus Dumbledore in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. J.K. Rowling. Do you remember your dreams? When I was a child, I remembered all my dreams, and I wrote them down every morning. I had a pile of notebooks filled with dream descriptions. Once every few years, I would read back through them, and I could see patterns, things I struggled with. It didn't matter what forms they took in my dreams. The feelings were clear, and I had a sense of what they symbolized. I tracked each dream symbol as I confronted it, eventually made peace with it, and witnessed it slowly dissolve. Dreams are a bridge into our deep psyche. They are our subconscious mind sorting the material of our lives. Our dreams can give us helpful insights and information, even creative ideas and practical solutions to real-life problems. But they can also be unsettling and downright scary at times. The worst thing is waking up in the middle of the night from a scary dream, shaken, not knowing how it ends, and not wanting to go back to sleep and risk entering the dream world again. There is a Native American approach to working with nightmares and disturbing dreams. Catch the dream before it fades and invent or change the ending. Invitation. Choose a recent or reoccurring dream you have had, one with an unsettling or scary ending, or choose one that leaves you hanging when you wake up in the middle of it. Catch the dream before it fades and get ready. Just write. Write about what you remember from your dream, watching it as if it's a movie you are part of. Now comes the creative work. Invent or change the ending to something more positive. See if you can understand the message of your dreams. Example: Trust. Stefan, 18. I am on an island vacation in a convertible sports car. I run out of gas, so I leave my car to go find help. But when I return, my car is gone. I'm stranded without money or belongings. I wake up feeling shaken and angry. I close my eyes, and a story starts playing like a movie. I'm standing on the side of the road wondering what the hell happened to my car when a family drives up in my little car. They are smiling, and my car is brimming with colorful vegetables. They tell me their daughter was very sick. They saw the car and they jumped in without thinking and drove to get help for her. Later, they realized what they had done, so they came to return the car and filled it with vegetables from their garden to say thank you. They invite me to their home to share a feast and meet their daughter, who I fall madly in love with. I spend a whole week with them. They feel like family. In this dream, I learn how to trust. I learn that even the worst situations can turn out good. Dig deeper. Write from the voice of a scary dream character or the scared part of yourself in the dream. Let it speak its truth without censoring it. See what it wants to say. What is its message for you? Write a conversation between two characters in the dream. Find a way to get them to resolve their differences. What can you learn from their conversation? Are there areas in your waking life where you can apply what you have learned? Treasure box. Someone I love once gave me a box full of darkness. It took me years to understand that this, too, was a gift. Mary Oliver, The Uses of Sorrow. If you had a secret box containing something that could give you exactly what you need each day to help you be and do your very best, what would it be? Most of the time, the things we really need to make our lives work are qualities we already possess, but that we keep just out of our own awareness. As we learn to trust and believe in ourselves, we find we have exactly what we need to meet all our dreams and goals. We just have to look inside and know we are worthy. Invitation. Find or make or imagine a small magical box. Inside this box is a gift for you. Whatever the box contains will help you lead the life you want. Discover what treasure your box holds. Some treasures my students have discovered include silence, trust, forgiveness, a mirror that always makes them feel beautiful, patient, self-worth, self-love, power, a best friend, wisdom, kindness, gratitude, understanding, even unlimited pizza. Just right. Walk into your room and find your treasure box. What does the box look like? Open the box and write about what you find inside. Example: Love, Olivia, 15. I put my hands in the treasure box, and it sinks right in. A cool, squishy suction that molds around my hands, filling every crevice. It holds me and feeds me. It warms me in the center where the darkness lives, where the loneliness cries. It plays the harp, sings me to sleep, in a purple flannel womb, with feather pillows and heating pad walls. This private velvet chamber. I am safe here. While fear stalks me in the night, a cat burglar dressed in black rags, his face obscured with cracking paint, the symbols of his war against himself. Magic amulet. There's a magic in heirlooms, things that get passed down from generation to generation. There is power in objects and pieces of jewelry that hold meaning for us. Imagine you receive a magic amulet, like a locket, a pocket watch, a compass, or a jewel from your mother or father. Or you can write down about a real object in your life that has been passed down to you. It has been in your family for many generations, and now it's yours. The giver hints that it contains some kind of magic, and you have to figure out what it is. Invitation. Sit with your amulet you've just received. What does it look like? What does it feel like in your hand? What is its magic? Open it and find a photo or engraving inside or on the back of it. What do you see? Just right. Describe your amulet. Is there a picture or engraving somewhere on it? And if so, whose picture is it? Or what does it say? If you like, you can choose to put a picture of your choice inside. Whose picture would you choose to put in it? What is the magic of this amulet, and how do you use it? Example: magic locket. Malia, 15. It's small and gold, and definitely old. Covered in etchings of curlicue wings. It's worn, smooth in places, like somebody rubbed it between their fingers. I look inside, and my great-grandparents look back at me from sepia-toned eyes. "Who are you, little apple?" they ask. I rub the locket between my thumb and finger. It shivers and hums. It opens and asks in a tiny golden voice, "What shall we do today?" Wondering if I've gone crazy, I try to shut it, but it flies into the air, flapping each of its golden wings. "Come on," it flutters. "Let's go." "Where?" I ask. "Anywhere you want," it says, laughing in a voice made of bells and bird songs. But I don't know where I want to go. I don't know what I want to do. I hang my head and kick the dirt and stuff it back into my pocket. "Where are you the happiest?" it squeaks from inside my pocket. I think about a day at the beach last summer and how happy I was, in the sunshine running through the water, dancing across the sand. "We're going to the beach," it sings as it breaks free from my pocket, flying in circles like a drunk butterfly. "Do what you love," it whispers, in a voice made of sunset and dreams. Open the door. In the universe, there are things that are known and things that are unknown, and in between, there are doors. William Blake. Songs of Innocence and Experience. Think of a door as a metaphor for choice, opportunity, possibility. A door is an entrance or an exit, a space between, a way to move out of one place and into another. Imagine a door in front of you. Open it and discover what comes next in your life. Invitation. Think about what door, symbolically, you need or want to go through at this moment in your life. What's on the other side of the door that could help you? Is anything holding you back from opening this door? Just right. Close your eyes and imagine a door. What does it look like? Imagine opening this door into a new life in which you feel happy and fulfilled. Open the door. Example: many doors. Kylie, 16. A metallic glass door with a wavy pattern on the side. Running my hand over the surface and recognizing height charts from when I was a child. Careful words and rash ones are stored here. I turn the handle and open the door. Another door behind it, exactly as before, only now a little larger. The writing on it is etched deeper and darker and far more clear. "Things I must overcome," the door says. All over the surface are etched my faults, my temper, my ego, my stubbornness. They look to have been carved with a belt knife, as easily as if the glass was soft wood. I open the door. Things I must accept. The list is longer than before. There is more room, for the door has doubled in size. I open it again. Things I must apologize for. I open this door quickly and absent-mindedly. Things I have wanted to say. This is a little out of place. I scan it and realize that this shouldn't be here for everyone to see. I shatter it with a conveniently located baseball bat. Things I must confess. This one stops me cold. Reading along the first of 1,000 entries, I open this one as well. Things I must do. I start to open it and stop. I can't. I still have too many things to accomplish. I shrug and go home, leaving the metallic glass where it stood. Chapter 15. Rite of Passage. And it was at that age poetry arrived in search of me. Pablo Neruda, Poetry. Those of us who find writing as our path develop a deep and intimate relationship with the medium of self-discovery and self-expression. Writing becomes a companion. Some people feel writing chooses us. I believe this. As a kid, when I was disenchanted with society and people, when was often, I climbed into my own world where everything was alive and magical. I wrote in order to connect with it. I felt powerful when I wrote things down. I started writing short stories when I was about 5 years old. Stories about characters who lived inside me. I sat for hours and hours by myself in the basement of our house and wrote. I didn't always know why I wrote, I just knew I had to do it. I've been writing ever since. When I write, I feel like I have a secret, something that fortifies me, something that's all mine that no one can take away from me. I feel I have something I owe my life to, something that's bigger than me. When I write, I become more alive, more whole in myself. If a place where I am completely free to be myself. When I left home at an early age, my mother didn't know where I was or even if I was alive. My grandmother told her, "Don't worry, she's going to write it all down in her books." When poetry found me, I was a young teen, struggling to survive on my own, aching to know myself and be true to myself. Writing became my path, my companion, my refuge. Not only did it save my life, but it was like finding out I was a witch who could write my own spells. Spells that relieved my pain, spells that righted wrongs, spells that named what was hidden and shamed, spells that called my dreams to life. Through writing, I found my voice and my power. I found my passion. I found where I belong. Why I write. I have never started a poem whose end I knew. Writing a poem is discovering. Robert Frost, the figure a poem makes. When writing becomes your refuge and your companion, you will fight for it. When writing becomes your path, you will not let anyone or anything take it from you. When writing becomes the medicine that heals your wounds, you will give it to yourself. You will make the time. You will do the discipline. You will find the words to name the unnameable. If writing has claimed you as its own, as it has me, you will know that writing is how we breathe, how we untangle, how we discover, how we bloom from darkness into love. Invitation. Think about why you write. What calls and inspires you to write? Do you experience a kind of transformation when you write? Do you learn things about yourself you didn't know? How do you feel about yourself when you write? What happens for you when you suddenly find the words to express what you think or feel? What is it like when you read back through a poem you've written? Just write. Why do you write? Keep asking yourself this question. Write down everything you hear yourself say. Don't judge or censor yourself. Answer yourself honestly. Dig deep. Find the answers. Find the questions. Allow yourself to be intense, funny, sad, passionate. Write it all down. Why do you write? What's in it for you? Where does it take you? What do you learn from writing? How does it change you? Why do you write? Example. Why I write. Meredith. I write to hear my own voice, because there are places of honesty and beauty that I go in my writing that I can't always go in my life. And I must, and because writing is where I grant safe passage to the shades of meaning that I don't always communicate to myself and others. When I write, I let the parts of me that hold my breath breathe. I write to let the light into my being and to let the darkness out. I write to release my pain and my past, to understand why and who I am, to savor my life by naming the ingredients that flavor my moments, and to celebrate my life in all its excruciating tenderness. I write to own myself, to capture the rhythm of my cycles, my journeys into the abyss, and my travels through glory. I write to allow myself to feel, to climb inside my emotions and explore their ranches and textures. I write to summon my tears, to let them wash me hot and clean, then drain me, empty and free. I write myself alive and reborn. I write myself whole and holy. I write to experience myself transformed. I write because it involves me in this mysterious process of discovery. And because writing is a ritual whereby I create myself. I write to get naked and authentic, to delve into the marrow of my being where I make my blood. I write because I hurt and because I love, and so I won't lose anything. I write because I've always written, and writing is how I know myself. I write because I'm lonely and sensual and spiritual, and I need to make connect with the divine, and writing for me is like touching. It is rubbing and rolling my body against the divine until my boundaries dissolve, and I no longer know where I start and where I stop. I become part of the universe. I write to make myself eternal, to leave a piece of me stained into the others. I write because I believe God listens for the places where we love and own ourselves. I write to keep myself company. I write because I can't sleep, because I find the darkness at 3 a.m. electric and intoxicating, and writing is the way I communicate with that life energy. I write to grab onto the edge of shimmering chaos and ride it through lightning storms, and come out stronger and clearer and a little bit crazier from having tasted the other side. I write to access my subconscious like a Ouija board, to learn things about myself I may not have known, and to make sure I master the things I'm learning. I write to make the world my own. I write to keep myself honest and to keep myself from watching TV. I write to keep my muse intrigued. I write because I can't draw. Dig deeper. Write about why you sing, dance, swim, bike, run, play a sport, make art, read, garden, play an instrument. Examples. Why I sing. Katie, 18. I sing to feel alive and to break the chains from a time of numbness. I sing because to experience the pain, joy, aches, and wounds rushing through my veins once more is infinitely better than feeling nothing at all. I sing to find a window into who I was and to explore the times when I felt most alive. I sing to find out who I can become, to relive memories and restart myself. I sing to lose myself, to evaporate within a melody, only to unearth a new dimension of myself by singing, and searching for the truth of a feeling. I sing to unleash my anger and my fear and uncertainty through a searing line of melody that acts like a mighty wind, blowing all that is poisonous from the purity that could be. I sing to connect, because if a word or even the tone of a syllable can evoke something real, then I have done my job. I sing so that I will be able to believe in something. Why I play volleyball. Michaela, 11. When I play volleyball, I forget about my size and my weight, and I just breathe and serve. I feel good and happy. I become a different person, less tense and more loose. I feel the energy when my hand hits the ball with such force that the other team knocks dead. I feel the intensity of the other team rewind my mind. The cheers of my team lift me up and make me powerful. Rite of passage. Come to the edge. We might fall. Come to the edge. It's too high. Come to the edge. And they came, and he pushed, and they flew. Christopher Loog, Come to the Edge. In many indigenous cultures, the rite of passage ceremony marks important transitions from one life phase into another. These ceremonies are missing in our culture, and I feel this is a loss. Here are the ones I think need our acknowledgement. Childhood to adolescence, adolescence to adulthood, menstruation, voice change, first kiss, first sexual experience, graduation, college, living on your own, first job, first home, career change, major move, marriage, childbirth, divorce, middle age, menopause, a parent's death, a friend's death, the death of a spouse, aging, elderhood, injury, illness, coming to terms with the end of our lives. Creating ceremony around a life transition is a powerful way to invite friends, wear something beautiful, paint your face or body, go into nature, gather at night, or wake up early for a sunrise ceremony. Build a campfire or light candles. Go to the ocean, a river, the forest. Dance and sing, cry and laugh, speak and write. Mark and celebrate this important life moment. Invitation. Think about what phase of life you're in. What rite of passage would you like to acknowledge? Or perhaps there is one you never got to mark, grieve, or celebrate. What are you moving out of, and what are you moving into? How are you transforming, and who will you become? Just right. Choose a life transition, a current one or one from your past that you want to acknowledge. Create your own ceremony to mark this rite of passage. Write about what you do, what you learn, and how you feel. Who wants to be grieved or honored? What wants to be birthed in you in the next phase of your life? What helps you speak your truth, claim your power, share your unique gifts, and know that you belong? Example: Lady Crow, rainy, 12. Midnight strands of silk blowing in the soft breeze, shining like 1,000 raven feathers, twisting and fluttering. Thin braids speckle the hair, winding it like a river. Nestled among the strands, 2 feathers, one long and slender, striped with cream and oak. Its speckles and flashes, tattered and frayed, almost signed. The other a brilliant crimson with a wide plume. This slender feather is one of the many tail feathers of a young speckled lady crow. Her eyes bright and curious, her sleek soft feathers neatly arranged and flattened. Her creamy delicate head speckled with dark stars of night and a flat arrowhead beak. And her tail, 4 of the famous tail feathers that give her the regal air of an eagle and the daintiness of a chickadee. She is a bird of power and destiny. Only the girls with the deepest of souls and the brightest of spirits are awarded her feather. The large of the 4 is shed in late July, when strawberries burst and streams run clear. This feather, my feather, one of the largest, a 16-inch arrow of air and wind, floated down from the oldest of oak trees, collected by the girls of the trees and skies. They hang for months until a girl is chosen, a girl with fierce love and a kindling power within. The feather is bestowed on her, a medallion hairpiece woven and knotted until she is one of the 2 skies and the streams. The damp soil between her toes, the ocean of grasses and soft new shoots. She rises, her creamy face glowing, her striped feather shining, her hair glimmering like 1,000 crow feathers. Blindfold walk. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing. Helen Keller, Let Us Have Faith. Most of us depend on sight to get around in the world, and we can easily take it for granted. Sight is a gift, but not having sight can teach us to see in new ways. Without sight, we have to draw on our other senses to give us cues and information. Without sight, our other senses develop a higher degree of sensitivity. I took a theater class once in which I was blindfolded for 3 hours. It was one of the most extraordinary experiences of my life. At first I was nervous and it was difficult to even walk. I just wanted to curl up in a corner and sleep. But I jumped in, and the experience changed my life. Detached from the sense of sight, my other senses came alive, and I experienced the world as a richly textured stew of sound, smell, taste, and touch. All my perceptions deepened. Sitting next to people, I could smell them, sense the subtle fluctuations in the tone of their voice, feel the heat or cool emanating from their skin as their mood changed. I learned to trust myself and others on a deeper level of knowing. I let go of my masks, found my true center, and felt like I understood others more clearly. I was reluctant to take the blindfold off. I didn't want to part with my newly awakened perception. When I did take it off, I was almost embarrassed. I felt I knew more than I was allowed to know about people, and then I had revealed parts of myself I usually keep hidden. It was such a rich experience. I had no way of knowing that the things I learned from this experience would stay with me. For so many years, it inspired me to turn this into a writing invitation to share with my students. Invitation. Get a sleep mask or a scarf that covers your eyes completely, or simply close your eyes for this experience. Do this with a friend or group. Team up into groups of 2. One person wears the blindfold, the other person is a helper. The key here is that person with the blindfold is the leader. The blindfolded person can explore wherever they want, while the sighted person is simply making sure they don't get hurt, lost, or confused. You can do this either inside or outside. If outside, make sure the blindfolded person is safe from traffic, cliffs, debris, and other potentially dangerous situations. As a seeing person, you should stay in close contact with the blindfolded person at all times. You may need to hold the blindfolded person's hand until they relax and get comfortable moving around without their vision. You may also need to gently guide the blindfolded person away from the areas where they could get hurt. The blindfolded person should take anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour to explore and experience the world without sight. Keep talking to a minimum, unless needed to check in. Invite the blindfolded person to listen to their body and their feelings, to the sound and smells around them. Afterward, switch roles so each of you gets to experience being blindfolded. Just right. Settle down in a quiet spot to reflect on and write about your experience. How is the world different without sight? How are you different? What did you notice? Which of your other senses came into play? How has this experience changed your outlook? How has it deepened your perception of yourself and others? Examples. Blindfolded walk. Mark, 17. After the initial panic after feeling paralyzed, alienated, and afraid to move, I relax into the darkness and find myself calm, balanced, and very much alive. There is a spectrum of tones and inflection in every voice I hear, and though I've heard these voices a million times, they have never quite sounded like this before. What is that smell? Sweet and spicy, coming from the girl next to me. She is touching my hand, and my skin has 1,000 satellite dishes ready to receive her message. My own voice feels like it's coming out of a cave somewhere, deep inside me. All I can do is trust that she's understood what I've said because I don't have the register of her facial recognition by which to gauge her reaction. She is leading me gently by the arm, and I walk, unsure of my steps. I feel like there is something dark and shadowy just ahead of me, waiting for me to bump into it, but I never do. She lets go of my hand and I am on my own. All I can do is trust my body to feel its way through the space and to move as though I know where I'm going. Where I am going. She is putting something in my mouth. Oh my God. It is so sweet and juicy, it erupts as I chew it. I never knew a grape could be so succulent. I'm smiling. Can I have more? It's strange to smile when you can't see anybody smiling back at you. I feel suddenly alone and yet more deeply connected to myself and others than I had ever imagined possible. Can we do this all day? Deeper than my eyes. Sarah, 16. I thought I would feel uncomfortable wearing this blindfold. I thought I would feel self-conscious and embarrassed. But instead, I felt completely centered, calm, free. I never trusted myself to that degree before. I didn't have to worry what I looked like, or what people thought of me. I simply listened inside myself, found a place of pure peace, saw myself with something deeper than my eyes. Chapter 16. Carpe Diem. How soon will we accept this opportunity to be fully alive before we die? Stephen Levine, A Year to Live. The fact that we exist is a mystery. Why we're here and where we go when we die is a mystery. While we're alive and aware of the short and precious gift of being, we can teach ourselves to make the kinds of choices that will allow us at the end of our lives to feel we lived in a meaningful way, that we contributed to others and the world, that we help relieve suffering, and, hopefully, that we encourage joy, kindness, inspiration, and belonging. How do we celebrate this amazing life we've been given? How do we live today and each day with the knowledge that life is a fleeting gift? At the end of my life, I'd like to look back and feel that I have given my all and lived my life to the fullest. Wouldn't you? I'd like to have few or no regrets when I die. The best way to do this is to get clear about what matters to us so we can make these choices that reflect our values and dreams. Each day is an opportunity to live fully. Carpe diem. Seize the day. 24 hours to live. A few years ago, I took part in a Year to Live group based on Stephen Levine's book, A Year to Live, How to Live This Year as If It Were Your Last. Each of us committed to pretending that we only had 1 year left to live. We looked at each area of our life to see what we might do differently, knowing that our time was limited. It was a real wake-up call to stop procrastinating about my dreams, my joy, my love, and to live as fully as possible in every moment. I've shortened it here to 24 hours to help jumpstart us into making choices from the awareness that life is now. Invitation. Imagine you have 24 hours left to live. The why and how are not as important as you do with this knowledge. How will you spend your last day? For ideas, read through the questions for your last day below. Just right. Starting now, you have 24 hours left to live. Write about how you feel and what is important to you. Address some or all of the following questions. Questions for your last day. Who do you choose to be with? What thoughts and feelings do you have? What do you regret? What are you most grateful for? Who and what will you miss the most? What do you want to be remembered for? Examples. When I'm gone, Billy, 16. I'm sitting on the front porch watching the sunrise. I'm the only one up. I'm dragging my family to the beach today, so I figure I'll let them sleep in as long as they want. Birds are singing and the sun is starting to burn off the morning fog. I'm going to die today. I wish I had loved more. I wish I hadn't been so hard on myself and my family. I wish I had traveled more, laughed more, sang more. So many hours I wasted watching TV. I could have been making friends, learning new things, exploring the world, kissing girls. I wish I could take back all the times I yelled, all the times I lied, all the times I gave up. I promise today I will be kind to my family and friends. I will tell my mother I love her. I will praise my little sister. I will thank my father. I will hug and joke with my friends. I see the ocean and the birds and the sky. I feel the sun on my face. We're having a picnic with all my favorite foods and lots of ice cream. My dad is playing my favorite songs on the guitar. It seems like a regular Sunday, except today is my last day of life. I feel lucky to have lived. My last day. Michael, 17. Dawn. You told me you liked to dance, so I took you to the woods, and we chased each other between the trees, until you were out of breath, and fell to your knees laughing. I wanted to kiss you, but it was getting late, and when I turned around, you were gone. Dusk. I had 3 small colored balls that I would juggle at midnight, until they became too heavy to hold, and I dropped them on the floor, when they rolled under the table, out of sight. Night. It's the neon tubes that tell you the convenience store is open. It's foxfire and stars and bioluminescence and an electric eel. Goodbye. Butterfly effect. We ought to view ourselves with the same curiosity and openness with which we study a tree, the sky, or a thought, because we are too linked to the entire universe. Henry Matisse. One small affection affects the whole. The dictionary defines the butterfly effect as the phenomenon whereby a minute, localized change in a complex system can have large effects elsewhere. Everything we do affects everything else, whether or not we're aware of it. We are part of a living matrix. The whole Earth, and probably the whole cosmos, is alive and connected. We are not separated from it. Indeed, we are an integral part of it. How can we live in a way that reflects this understanding and responsibility? Invitation. With the butterfly effect in mind, imagine that turning over a beetle, killing an ant, breaking off a piece of coral reef, picking up trash, recycling and reusing, planting a garden, or helping a stranger can affect or even change the whole world. Just right. Write about one small action you take and how it affects your life, the earth, and the cosmos. Write about how everything is connected. Please make it something helpful and not destructive. Example. Today I picked up a seashell. Kate, 13. It all started with the sky. To have a seashell, you need the sky. The sky made the clouds, and the clouds made the water. There would be no ocean if there was no water. When the ocean is done with the shell, it softly lays it on the sand. And on that sand is a hand, ready to grab the shell when it comes. We're staring at all of the Earth's elements in one quarter-sized item. But where do you think the hand comes from? Surely it did not appear from the air. No, this human needs some food, which needs the sun, which all comes back to the sky. Where does the beach come from? Sand is just crushed up rocks. Those rocks come from volcanoes, viciously spitting out hot lava. Those volcanoes need good soil, and that soil needs water, which we've already said comes from the clouds, which comes from the sky. So my question is, how can something as violent as a volcano turn into something as beautiful and calming as a seashell? 3 worldly possessions. In the end, only 3 things matter: how much you loved, how gently you lived, and how gracefully you let go of the things not meant for you. Jack Cornfield, Buddha's Little Instruction Book. All over the world, natural disasters are happening. Wildfires, floods, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis. Every day, people lose their homes, their families, their pets, their possessions. These disasters are horrifying and traumatic, but through them, people often change their values for the better. They learn how resilient they are. They learn new ways to identify themselves. They find they can survive and live with less than what they thought. They discover what they really need to survive, and in crisis, people drop the barriers of separation and rally together to help one another. What would it feel like to lose your home and your possessions? How would it change your view of yourself and the world? How would it change your values? If you had the chance to grab 3 items before you evacuate your home, what would you choose and why? Invitation. Imagine you are in an earthquake, a fire, a flood, or some other natural disaster. You have time to grab 3 items from your home before you need to flee. You might choose something useful, something sentimental. something that brings help and comfort to you or others. For example, I choose a knife, my mother's necklace, and my guitar. What do you choose and why? Just right. Write about the 3 items you choose to take and why. How does imagining this experience change the way you think about who you are, what you value, your relationship with material possessions, your resourcefulness, and what you really need to survive? Example: what matters? Nora, 14. House is shaking. It's an earthquake. Time slows down. I look around. What matters? What to grab? What is all this stuff in my house? I don't really need any of it, and yet somehow I need all of it. What matters? What to grab? My stuffed zebra? My tarot cards? My down comforter? My journal? My sewing machine? My art supplies? My plants? My flute? My paintings? My mother's ring? My favorite boots? What matters? What to grab? Some invisible clock is ticking away the seconds to the tomb of doomsday. What matters? What to grab? My backpack with my laptop for communication, my flute to calm me and others, a box of energy bars to eat and to feed others who are hungry. I'm lucky to get out alive. It doesn't matter what I grab. What matters is my life, my family, my friends. Carpe diem. How we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives. Annie Dillard, The Writing Life. How do you spend your days? Are you tapping your potential? Are you engaging your unique brilliance and love? Are you using your capabilities and nurturing your possessions? Do you make time to play music, go for a walk, spend quality time with friends and family, work for a cause you believe in, learn something new, or are you waiting for life to choose you? Invitation. Consider each of the life areas listed below and be honest with yourself about which areas needs more attention for you to live more fully. Be specific about how to nurture your dreams, starting now. Just right. Just right. For each life area below, write a few words or lines about what you can do to cultivate this part of your life so it brings you greater fulfillment and purpose. Life areas: work, career, school, family, friends, community, personal growth, love relationships, fun, communication, creativity, health, exercise, service, spirituality, education, travel, adventure. Feel free to add your own. Example: today's the day. Ethan, 17. Today's the day I fight the beast and win. Today's the day I bust the chains that hold me back and climb out of the cave towards the sun. Today's the day I am stronger than the quicksand of my doubt. Today is the day when I take the horses named fear and dreams and hold the reins in my hand until they become power, my power. Today's the day I reach beneath the sadness and find my heart. Today it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks of me. What matters is what I think of me. Today I am willing to be seen, to stand up in front of my class and read my poem, even though I keep my hood on, and the sound of my own voice surprises me. Today's the day I say my name out loud. I look in the mirror. I make a choice to believe in myself. Chapter 7. Attitude of Gratitude. It is not joy that makes us grateful. It is gratitude that makes us joyful. Brother David Steinold Rast. Gratefulness, the heart of prayer. Neuroscientists tell us that spending a few minutes each day in gratitude rewires our brains and our mood for peace and joy. Try it. It works. I had insomnia for 18 years after a car accident, and one of the things that finally helped me to sleep again was to write a gratitude list every night for 3 years. This put me in my heart and took me out of my anxiety loop in my head. Writing about what we're grateful for, from the apple we had for lunch to the people we love, reminds us that we have what we need, that we're cared for and safe, that there is goodness in our lives, and that we belong. Yes, we struggle. This is part of life and growing. But we can choose to focus on what helps us to feel good about ourselves and our lives. And this makes life so much more enjoyable. Gratitude helps. Invitation. Read through the categories of gratitude lists below and think about all the things and all the people in each area of your life that you appreciate. From the smallest to the most important, we can get so busy, tired, and distracted that we forget all the people and things that help us make our lives possible, special, and meaningful. You'll be amazed at how focusing on what you're grateful for can change your mood and help you feel better. Categories of gratitude: friends, family, work, school, relationships, feelings, memories, health, safety, home, pets, music, nature, exercise, favorite food, hobbies, activities, belongings, holidays, seasons, upcoming events. Add your own. Just right. Write a list of all the people and things you're grateful for. Include everything that adds to your well-being and happiness. From the smallest to the biggest, I encourage everyone to keep a gratitude list. Example: grateful, Aiden, 15. My best friend, my parents, trees and animals, honeybees, clean air to breathe, clean water to drink. Sunshine, strong body, new girlfriend, acing my science exam, my new bike, summertime. Hopopo. Oponopono. I'm sorry, I forgive you. Thank you, I love you. When I lived in Hawaii, I learned a powerful healing tool called Oponopono. This is the Hawaiian wisdom way for making things right with ourselves and others. The Hawaiian word Oponopono comes from o, to make, and pono, right. When we repeat the word pono, it means doubly right, or being right with both yourself and others. It boils down to apologizing, forgiving, appreciating, and loving one another. Oponopono has 4 parts. Apology: I'm sorry, please forgive me. Forgiveness: I forgive you. Gratitude: thank you. Love: I love you. Invitation. If you think about it, these are the only 4 things we really ever need to say to someone. And while they seem short and sweet, each phrase is power-packed. Some of them are easy to feel and say, others take more work. We can apply these phrases to ourselves. Think about the ways you harm yourself by punishing and abandoning yourself, and the ways you help yourself by acknowledging and accepting yourself. Now think about the people in your life. Which of these phrases do you most need to say, and to whom? Which one are hard to say, and which are easy? You can even say or write these phrases to people in your life who have passed. Practice saying all of them to yourself and others. I'm sorry, I forgive you. Thank you, I love you. Just right. Start by writing a letter to yourself using one of the 4 phrases. What can you apologize to yourself for, forgive yourself for, thank yourself for, and love yourself for? Be specific. Really take the time to give yourself the healing medicine of each one. Next, write a list of the most important people in your life, the people you are closest to or the people with whom you've had your share of struggles. See which of the 4 phrases is the most needed to bring peace and resolution to the relationship. Trust me, you'll know. Write a poem to this person telling them you're sorry, forgiving them and asking them to forgive you, thanking them, or letting them know you love them. Finally, see if you can address all 4 of these phrases to this person. After you've written the poem, you can keep it, burn it, throw it away, or give it to the person you wrote it to. Examples. Apology. Elizabeth, 14. I am sorry for all the lies that were in disguise. This life doesn't always play nice. I am sorry for all the fights during the cold nights. But sometimes my hands were tied. That's not an excuse. I am sorry I lied. To my sister, Rachel, 15. I'm sorry. Your anger, my silence. I'm sorry your need, my distance. I'm sorry. Your order, my chaos. I'm sorry. Your broken, my open. Thank you, Natalie, 19. When I knocked on your door at 3 a.m., wet from raining tears, and you took me in with hot soup and a soft blanket, and you listened to me, and you didn't judge me. And in the morning, you put my hands in the garden, and I pulled up fistfuls of wild strawberries like tiny beating hearts. My way of saying, Thomas, 16. Down in the basement of my heart, what I want to say to you is caught in cobwebs and dust, boxes ready to burst, never open, never closed. Is this a life we choose? This is my way of saying, I forgive you. I love you, Allie, 16. I love you. Hair tangled, eyes shining, boots caked in mud, always late, always hungry, always a present in your pocket. Chapter 18. Wildly Alive. It began in mystery and it will end in mystery, but what a savage and beautiful country lies in between. Diane Ackerman, A Natural History of the Senses. This is it. This is your life. Now. You don't get another chance. This is not a dress rehearsal. You think you have lots of time, but it goes fast. Your most important job is to be wildly alive by creating a life you love. Figure out what rocks your world and do it. Find a way to share what you're passionate about. Happiness is an inside job. It usually walks hand in hand with purpose. You're responsible for creating a life worth living. This life is a mystery, and we are part of that mystery. Why are we here? How did all this come into being? Stay open. Be curious. Ask questions. Choose experiences that help you learn and grow. Know yourself. Be true to yourself. Be kind to others. Dream big and make it happen. Gardens and graveyards. The things we bury can tell you a lot about who we are. The only difference between a garden and a graveyard is what we choose to put in the soil. Ruby Francisco. The Heart in the Fist. Imagine your life as a big grassy field. This field is divided into two parts, a garden and a graveyard. One is for planting things and growing, and the other is for burying things and letting go. What to grow and what to dump. Think about which of your qualities go to which place. Nothing is lost. Everything is part of learning. What you bury in the graveyard will eventually become compost for your garden. Our mistakes become the seeds of our wisdoms. Invitation. Think about which qualities in you it's time to let go of and bury, to turn back into compost and soil. Think about which qualities in you you'd like to plant in your garden and nurture so they grow and blossom. Just right. Write a list of the qualities you're ready to let go of and bury. Write a list of the qualities you want to nurture and grow. Use these lists to write a poem about what you bury in your graveyard and what you plant in your garden. Dig deep. Turn the soil. Example. My garden. Liza, 14. I'm burying doubt and depression. I'm planting self-confidence and gratitude. I'm burying saying yes when I mean no. I'm planting being true to myself. I'm burying worrying about my weight. I'm planting celebrating my body. I'm burying whining about things. I'm planting making shit happen. I'm burying skinny jeans. I'm planting sweatpants. I'm burying watching TV. I'm planting playing the piano. I'm burying hiding. I'm planting being seen. I'm burying needing others to acknowledge me. I'm planting knowing my own value. I'm burying holding grudges. I'm planting acceptance and understanding. I'm burying punishing myself. I'm planting learning from my mistakes. I'm burying the old me that was too small. I'm planting the new me with room to grow. I can take up as much space as I want because I matter. Breathe in and breathe out. Here's a twist on the way we usually huff and puff to exhale and rid ourselves of bad feeling. There's an ancient Buddhist practice called Tonglen, introduced to the West by Buddhist nun Pema Chodron. It goes like this. Instead of forcefully breathing out what is uncomfortable, such as our anger or frustration, we breathe in what is uncomfortable. We feel it, and then we transmute it into peace and breathe out to ripple through the rev of life. What I love about this practice is that it teaches us that we have the power to change what we're feeling, that we don't have to be pushed around by our feelings, that we have a choice, and that we need not identify with feelings that ultimately make us ill. Let's give it a try in writing. Invitation. Get in touch with an uncomfortable feeling such as anger, fear, hurt, frustration. Put your hand on your heart. Breathe in the challenging feeling and say, I am here with you. Stay with it until it softens, changing into a feeling of calm peace. Consciously exhale this peace into the world, knowing this feeling is now rippling through you and through the web of life. Just right. Start with the words, I breathe in, followed by anything that is hard, challenging, uncomfortable, unconscionable. On the next line, write down the words, I breathe out, followed by anything that brings you a feeling of peace, love, hope. Try addressing topics that are personal, societal, political, global. Example, breathe in, breathe out. Ashton, 9. I breathe in a hot, spicy fireball. I breathe out a cold, flowing stream. I breathe in an angry cat. I breathe out a cuddled cat. I breathe in screaming from frustration with school. I breathe out birdsong full of sweetness. I breathe in scratching cat claws. I breathe out the soft tickle of my mom's fingers on my neck. I breathe in frozen tears. I breathe out melted honey. I breathe in slamming doors. I breathe out soft whispers. I breathe in witches cackling in my nightmares. I breathe out a fire that wraps around me like a golden bubble. I breathe in soggy pizza. I breathe out rainbow balloons. Birthday wish. You get in life what you have the courage to ask for. Oprah Winfrey. Asking for what you want is a powerful practice. The more you learn to ask for what you really want, the better chance you have of getting it. What do you wish for when you blow out the candles on your birthday? Why do we make these wishes silently? I wish we could make them out loud so everyone could know what we want. Invitation. Imagine it's your birthday and whatever you wish for will come true. The trick is you have to ask out loud and be specific. Just right. Write a poem asking for exactly what you want. Example, birthday wishes, KSC, 16. For quiet so I can hear myself think. For understanding from my parents, sisters, and teachers. For more hours in the day and more sleep in the morning. For a way to express all these energy I feel. For the grown-ups to stop killing the earth. For me and my friends to make music that heals the world. For people to stop fighting each other. For school to be done so I could live my life the way I want. For more friends who want to change the world with me. Love yourself up. You may think loving yourself is easy, but I bet you put it off. I sure did. Why is it so hard to be kind to ourselves? Why do we love others but struggle to love ourselves? Many of us search outside ourselves, our world lives, to fill the holes in emptiness we feel inside. But when we learn to love ourselves and to treat ourselves with kindness, we find that we belong to ourselves and to life, and it's the belonging we have been waiting for our whole lives. Loving ourselves is the key to wholeness. It takes practice. Let's start now. Invitation. Think about all the things you love about yourself. Be willing to accept yourself and all your perfect imperfections. Think about the challenges you faced or are facing now and how you've learned and grown from them. Be kind to yourself. We're all here to learn. We're human. Being human is enough. Being human is plenty. Give yourself the love you deserve. Just right. Write a love letter to yourself. Hold nothing back. Love yourself up. If you need to pretend the letter is from someone else, that's fine. Just write it. Example. Now I love myself. Lexi, 18. I love myself, my ocean eyes, my moonlight skin, my heart of fire. I love myself, but I didn't always. You probably don't know that I spent years climbing through bogs of depression, clawing through quicksand of self-loathing, struggling with such mass insecurities, I could not leave the house. I love myself, but I didn't always. I'm not perfect. I have a lot to learn, but now I stand up tall, and I feel proud of who I am. Now I love myself. How to be a poet. Celebrate every gorgeous moment. Sark. How to be an artist. Yes, you are now a poet. Being a poet is a way of life. For most of us, it means being deeply and wildly alive. It means being true to ourselves. It means giving ourselves passionately to everything we do, experiencing life fully, honoring the depth of our perception and sensitivity. It means taking big bites of life, but also allowing for quiet reflection. Being a poet is finding a lifeline in writing. We thrive on experiences that move and inspire and make us need to write. So it's important to know what these are. What moves and inspires you? What makes you feel deeply? What makes you need to write? Once we get a taste of how it feels when our writing flows, when we're inspired and in the zone, then the challenge is how to keep it flowing. How do we stay tuned to our inspiration channel? How do we keep the door open? How do we keep our muse singing in our ear? For this invitation, I'm borrowing from author and artist Sark and her glorious piece, How to Be an Artist. Invitation. Think about all the things you do that inspire the poet in you. Think about the things that move you, thrill you, make you feel deeply connect you to yourself and others, and make you feel alive. Just write. Write a list of what puts you in a poetic mood. What gets your juices flowing? What helps you feel inspired? What makes you want or need to write? Promise yourself you'll do at least one of these things every day. Example. How to be a poet. Nathan, 15. Listen to your inner voice. Have mood swings. Abandon reality. Walk in the rain. Live in the now. Travel everywhere. Lie in the grass. Sing at the top of your lungs. Don't believe everything you hear. Keep your thoughts flowing. Feel afraid. Don't be afraid. Talk to the trees. Say what's on your mind. Get angry. Stay up all night. Cook dinner for your friends. Wear old boots. Be relaxed. Love or hate everything. Be spontaneous. Spend time alone. Write down everything. Don't judge yourself. Kiss someone you love. Eat chocolate chip ice cream. Sleep outside. Laugh a lot and cry a lot. Know how to listen. Take midnight walks. dig deeper. Write about how to be an athlete, a philosopher, an artist, a musician, anything that celebrates and honors who you are. Example: How to be a thinker. Kate, 8. Stargaze and make memory constellations. When it rains, visit in the mildew in the morning. The unknown is your happy place. Puddles are for jumping. A book is not an assignment, it's an adventure. Rename things. Fill your passport with stamps, not your house with stuff. Nighttime is for partying, not sleeping. Animals are healing. Forests are for wandering, not for listening to your guide. A thermos holds many things. Bath bombs are a necessity. Let a seaplane skim the thoughts of your mind. Get wet. Think miniature. Wildly alive. Poetry is a matter of life, not just a matter of language. Lucille Clifton, as quoted by Mickey Perlin in Listen to Their Voices. What does it feel like to be wildly alive? Imagine yourself open, in touch with who you are, true to yourself, full of feeling, expressive, living a life you love. What is the most amazing version of you in your life you can imagine? If you were telling a friend the story of your dream life, what would you say? If you could create exactly what you want, what would it be? What does it look like and feel like to be wildly, unashamedly, powerfully alive? Can you imagine a life in which you do the very things every day that brings you joy and purpose? How do you share your talents, skills, and passion to help others? What we believe and imagine about ourselves, we become. Believe in yourself. You have permission to be wildly alive. Invitation. Close your eyes and imagine yourself 2 or 3 or 5 years from now. How do you feel about yourself in your life? What kind of work do you do? Where do you live? What are your interests and hobbies? Who are your friends and family? Do you have a pet? How do you spend your time? What's important to you? What do you value? Are you learning something new? How do you contribute to your family, friends, community, world? What's the best possible life you can imagine for yourself? A life that makes you feel wildly alive, proud of yourself, and that you're contributing something meaningful to the world. Just write. Write the details of your dream life. Include everything you can think of that helps you to feel happy and fulfilled. What you can imagine, you can become. Writing is a creative act. Create a life worth living. Example: This is my life. Kara, 18. In 5 years from now, I am brave. I shave my head, I get a tattoo. A Celtic knot on my left forearm, with the words, "Choose love," tangled in gold through the knot. My best friend is my Irish wolfhound, Oz, as in the wizard. He's big and dashing and mischievous. He never takes no for an answer. Oz has more friends than I do. He introduced me to my boyfriend. I live in Telluride, Colorado. I'm a ski instructor. Every day I fly down slopes of white powder. I carve my signature in the fresh canvas of snow. I spray a rainbow crystal shining all around me, like a halo. Every day I watch people's face light up like the sun. My heart is happy, my body is alive, my mind is at peace. This is my life. Epilogue. Speak your truth, even if your voice shakes. Poetry is more necessary than ever, as a fire to light our tongues. Naomi Shihab Nye, Salting the Ocean. This is the part of your journey where you get to choose whether or not to share your poems with other people. It took me a very long time to have the confidence to share mine. I hope you don't wait as long as I did. What I found was that even though I was nervous and my hands and voice shook and I wanted to run away, and that even though I could barely remember my name, let alone my poem, when I read my poetry to others, I became more alive, more whole. I claimed myself. I allowed myself to be witnessed in my strength and my vulnerability, and all the beautiful mess of who I am, and it helped me learn that I am human. And being human is enough. It is perhaps more than enough. When I share my poetry, there are always people who cry and cheer, and I know that everything I've been through and write about is universal, and that voicing it is cathartic not only for me, but for other people. People thank me. They say I put the things they feel into the words they could not find, and it heals them to hear those words. When you commune with your own being and touch your own truth, it saves you. Sharing your truth with others is powerful medicine. Our poems are our pearls. We take what hurts and make it into something beautiful that has the power to heal us and others. If you choose to share your poem, you may feel nervous and afraid. It's okay to feel nervous and afraid. It means you're alive. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but you won't die from it. We're more afraid to feel fear than we are afraid of whatever we're doing. Allow yourself to feel afraid. It's natural. Make friends with your fear. Say hello to your fear. I like to talk to my fear. I say, I know you're scared, but you're welcome here. We're allowed to be afraid. We're allowed to make mistakes. We're allowed to be exactly who we are. Take my hand and I'll take yours, and here we go. Allow your fear and nervousness to give you energy. Your hands and voice may shake, but I promise you, after you read, you will feel like you're on fire. You will feel wildly alive, because you are. You can start by sharing your poems with friends or family, then try sharing with a small group or class. The more you do it, the better you get and the more comfortable you feel. Perhaps there's an arena at your school, community center, or local coffee house where you can do a poetry reading. Perhaps you know other people who write poems and would like a place to share their work too. Once you feel more comfortable, try an open mic poetry reading at a larger venue. This is a great way to connect with other poets. You may want to submit your poetry to some online poetry magazine. It's fun and encouraging to receive the acknowledgement of getting your work published. Just be prepared to get lots of rejections. I did. Don't be discouraged. Editors are very picky and are usually looking for a specific theme or style. If your poem doesn't get accepted, it doesn't mean they're not good. Try again. Also remember, don't write what you think others want. Write for yourself. Write the poems that you feel good about, the ones where you dig deep, the ones that can save your life and set you free. You can also make your own book. I've had friends create artful homemade books with handmade paper and a typewriter. Make a bunch of these and give them as gifts or self-publish with online companies that help you create, print, and promote your book. Invitation. Think about what motivates you to share your poetry with others and that blocks you. What feelings arise when you think about sharing your poems? Just write. Complete the following statements to help you welcome and make peace with the seemingly contradictory yet coexisting emotion of fear, panic, anxiety, desire, excitement, and empowerment you may feel when you consider sharing your poetry with others. The biggest thing I'm afraid of when sharing my poetry is... The reason I want to share my poetry is... When I share my poetry, I feel... To share or not to share your poetry is your choice, if and when you're ready. Sometimes writing is enough. Sometimes the call to share it is as loud as the call to write. Believe in yourself and your poetry. Trust your rhythms. Take chance. Dig deep. Follow what makes you hum. Remember, you're part of the great mystery and web of life. Be curious. Be kind. Be grateful. You're human, and being human is plenty. I hope this book and your poetry help you to love yourself and your life. Love and gratitude. Huge thanks to Patrick Miller, my agent and now friend at Fearless Literacy, who came across my essay in Common Ground and asked if I had a book to write. My mother for believing in magic and believing in me. Annalise Atlichi, my best friend. Stephen Adler, True Blue. Suzanne Painovich, Mermaid Queen. Susan Woodridge, Word Wizard and New Friends. California Poets in the School, Mark Allen, Georgia Hughes, and the team at New World Library for helping me share my journey in the life-saving power of poetry writing. And to my students, who always amaze and inspire me with their courage and creativity. The example poems in this book were written and shared with permission by kids from all walks of life whom I've had the honor of teaching over the past 30 years. They are brilliantly brave and creative, and I hope they stay true to their art, their hearts, and their voices. About the author. Meredith Heller is a poet, singer-songwriter, and educator with degrees in writing and education. She studied in the graduate departments of Johns Hopkins University, Naropa University, and Goddard College. She is the author of 3 poetry collections, Songlines, River Spells, and Yuba Witch. A California poet in the schools, she teaches workshops for grades 1 to 12 in public and private schools, in the creative writing department at Myron School of the Arts, in Juvenile Hall, and nationally on Zoom for kids and adults. She is part of the Kennedy Center's Teaching Artists Present program, contributing her original poetry lessons to their online video library. Her writing appears in Rebel Society, We Moon, Raw Earth Inc., Quiet Lightning, Tiny Seed, The Aquarium, Advocate, Common Ground, Tiny House, and American Songwriter. A nature girl who spent 15 summers solo backpacking. She hikes the trails and lives in a tiny cottage in Marin County, California. She spends her summers camping and writing. For info about her poetry workshops on Zoom, visit www.meredithheller.com. Thank you for listening to this audiobook narrated by the Audiobook MMEE YouTube channel.